All right, cool. Now that's going on. So, the Empire Masquerade Camarilla traditions. First tradition, the Masquerade. Hide the existence of vampires. Makes sense. The second tradition, Domain. A kindred's hunting ground is his own territory, and he rules it absolutely. This is the prince's domain over a city. People have subdomains within domains. Typically, clans have domains within a prince's domain. Basically, just like respect territory, and if you don't, there's gonna be problems. Progeny, the tradition of progeny, sire only with permissions of one elders. This is of particular note in Camarilla areas. You're not allowed to make more vampires unless you get express permission from the person who made you a vampire to do so. If you disobey that and you make a vampire accidentally or on purpose or whatever, both of you are killed. In the traditional enforcement of those rules, depending on whether someone thinks you can be taken advantage of or thinks that other things can happen, or if you just hide really well, I guess. That may or may not happen. But don't make more vampires or there will be problems. The tradition of accounting childer, meaning, so child with an E, Childe, it means any vampires made by a different vampire. And the plural of child with an E is childer. So a vampire's childer is all of the kindred that they have sired. So until childer are released, their actions are the responsibility of the sire. So if you make more kindred and those kindred fuck shit up, you're responsible for it. Or if you're someone's childer and you fuck shit up, they're responsible for it. But also, they're probably going to make you responsible for it in some way or another. Hospitality, the tradition of hospitality. Honor the domains of others and present oneself to the ruler of any domain you visit. So if you were, for example, new to Chicago, you would effectively have to visit the prince and get their blessing to be there. This is the one that's played the most hot and loose within the Camarilla, because that's a massive pain more than anything else, and made a lot more sense when there were a lot fewer vampires. The last one is destruction. So the right to kill kindred is reserved for the elder of a community. Only an elder may call a blood hunt. So don't kill other kindred. Not allowed. Except the prince of a domain may call a blood hunt, which basically just means if they declare a blood hunt on any singular person, all vampires are free to go kill them. And in fact, encouraged to do so. And blood hunts are allowed participation across faction lines. So if you're even not Camarilla, if the Camarilla hate you, if whatever's going on, if you are in not good standing with the prince, doesn't matter. You can participate in the blood hunt and it's just fine. In fact, a lot of like neonates, so like younglings within the Camarilla, or people who want to get an in with like the political council, will actively seek out blood hunts to participate in to make themselves look better in the eyes of the leadership. Which is also why enemies of the Camarilla usually like say, hey, please don't participate in blood hunts because you're just doing them a favor at that point. That seems bad. Which maybe is a good place to all of this is to say that is what the Camarilla and Camarilla operated zones do. But who else is there? So the other major factions at play are the Anarchs and the Sabbat. The Anarchs of Kindred specifically. There are also Lupines who hate vampires a whole lot. their kind of whole purpose is to murder vampires in life. They hate all of them. We can get into the lore of that at some point, but it's not necessary. So the Anarchs are basically just not the Camarilla, and particularly people who are fighting against the Camarilla or trying to carve out their own space in the world in still organized vampire society, but organized vampire society that is not adherent to the rigid hierarchical clan-based structure of the Camarilla at large. The Anarchs definitely have a lot less room and are a lot less organized, because there's lots of sects individually that would maybe identify as Anarchs or maybe wouldn't identify as Anarchs, but are all kind of lumped into Anarchs, broadly speaking. So anyone from any clan can be of either Camarilla or Anarch, but that's where we get into a little bit more of the clan-based political history at play there. So other than the Camarilla and the Anarchs, there are the Sabbat, who are not only actively trying to destroy the Camarilla, are actively trying to end the world. It is a sect of vampires whose whole goal is to wake up the antediluvians, those original clan vampires who have theoretically godlike power, and get them to destroy the world in what is the Kindred apocalypse known as Gehenna. So the Sabbat are trying to bring about Gehenna as quickly as possible, because they see all of Kindred society currently as a perversion of the gift of the blood, of like the being a vampire. Is just like, this shouldn't be happening. We're monsters. We should just destroy everything because it doesn't matter. There's a lot more varied ideologies at play in the Sabbat, but generally speaking, the Sabbat are also not present in North America. The Sabbat are, and this is where we get into the interesting ways this game likes to link real world events and its own mythologies, because the Gehenna War, which is between the Sabbat and the Camarilla, the Sabbat trying to end the world and wake up the antediluvians, and the Camarilla trying to stop them from doing that, is part of the conflict going on in the Middle East. Because theoretically, Cain and the progeny Cain sired would be in the Middle East, so the Sabbat are trying to find them there and wake them up, and the Camarilla are trying to end that, and that is adding to the conflict of the Middle East, which is an interesting take on global history.
A choice that was made.
And for the most part, we don't have to, it's just not going to come up very often. There really aren't a lot of Sabbat in North America. It's not a big issue, but occasionally one or two will pop up. Other than the three major factions, there's a lot of just unaffiliated vampires. Vampires who would not really align themselves with the Camarilla or the Anarchs. Because regardless of whether the Anarchs are not adherent to Camarilla society, they still understand that organization and control is important. And the big legal difference, I guess is the word, between the Camarilla and the Anarchs is the Anarchs only uphold the first tradition, which is the masquerade. The Anarchs are like, a lot of this other stuff is up for debate, but still very much like we still need to maintain that vampires do not exist to people, or shit's going to hit the fan. So that is going on. Anarch territories usually are still like ruled, quote unquote, by a baron. Sometimes they call themselves a prince, sometimes they call themselves something else, but like a baron is the formal term for just like the leader of an Anarch domain area. And depending on the domain specifically. It might be democratically ruled. It might have a specific leadership structure. It might be doing other philosophy stuff. It's just changes a lot depending on what anarchs you're talking about and what they're trying to do. Current events in Kindred Society. So I used the words the First Inquisition earlier. This implies the existence of a Second Inquisition, which there was. And how... So, it's the 80s. It's the late 90s. Time's going on. Kindred Society's doing pretty cool. Growing. Camarill's as strong as ever. Anarchs are kind of gathering steam. There's a lot more Anarch domains than there were previously, but they still don't have nearly the level of power to rival anything close to what the Camarilla is doing, because they've got all the money, more than anything else. And a lot of Kindred politics really just something down, funnels down, channels down, settles, comes down to feeding grounds. Like, vampires need blood, people have blood, people need to feed on vampires, vampires want to control the people. That is, generally speaking, how that works, and Camarilla control zones and areas and where people hunt, and Anarchs want to do likewise. So 9/11 happened, and the Camarilla was deeply concerned that it was perpetrated by the Sabbat trying to make a real attack on their power in North America. So the Camarilla basically put some of their weight behind manipulating the NSA, government agencies, etc., into trying to investigate into the terrorist attacks to see whether they were from vampires or not, and found that they weren't. It was just radical religious people, and as a result accidentally leaked to powerful government agencies the existence of Kindred Society, which has set off the Second Inquisition, which is more or less still happening. Insofar as now national security agencies and governments and secret operatives understand some of what Kindred Society is and sees it as a threat and is actively trying to hunt it down. The singular event that sparked a large part of the Second Inquisition was the destruction of, like, the Ivory Tower in, I think, Vienna, somewhere in Europe. Like, huge power imbalance all of a sudden, because tons of the leadership of the Camarilla got torched, and now there's a ton of uncertainty about what's going on. And a lot of what happened in there was that the Anarch movement got a lot more steam, because a lot of what caused the Second Inquisition was Camarilla paranoia more than anything else, is what is viewed by Anarchs at the time. So there was a very large schism in the clans. So several of the clans left the Camarilla, not entirely, because it's still on a member-to-member basis, but like a large portion of a few of the clans just completely left the Camarilla, and others were just kind of destroyed almost entirely, which is why there are only 7 playable clans in the game. And that's kind of the power struggle that is ongoing to this day, which is Camarilla trying to bring themselves back up to former glory, Anarchs trying to carve out their own space, and sometimes even topple Camarilla in particularly Camarilla-controlled zones. And both trying to hide desperately from the Second Inquisition and the amount of national, like, high-tech governmental hunting going on. The Camarilla have outlawed the use of technology. You're not allowed to post about being a vampire on the internet anymore. You're not allowed to
anymore.
No, so there was a specific vampire-centric, like, dark web, basically, called SchreckNet. SCHREK, CK, based on a German name of a particular figure that was very relevant in Vampire the Masquerade, like 2nd edition, which was published in the 90s. And have reverted back to, like, sending messengers with handwritten letters that you are supposed to burn after receiving. Anarchs don't like this. A lot of Anarchs still use the internet, even though they're not supposed to. And a lot of them get torched by men in black who come out of vans out of nowhere because they were careless about how they were talking about being a vampire on the internet. That was a lot. Any questions? I know one of the bigger other things that we're gonna need to get into is just, like, what being a vampire is like. Like, what are the rules of being a vampire in this setting? But, like, setting questions, curiosities, what's good? What's up?
I have a question. Because my thought for my character was, like, to be part of the hunting force.
So, the group that previously hunted vampires in the First Inquisition, which is called the Order of Saint Leopold, still exists. That I was actually incorrect last time I talked to you about this, because I did more research. It still exists, and some members of the Order of Saint Leopold are either collaborating or working parallel to, or are ignoring and doing their own thing with the modern Second Inquisition. So if you want to be from, like, the old school vampire hunter crew, you absolutely still can. And I even have, like, a specific lore book that I can give you for that.
Excellent.
Secondary. They also call them witch hunters instead of vampire hunters, I think?
Yes, because the original Inquisition was using witch hunts as a guise to hunt vampires.
Okay. That's what I kind of thought. Okay.
So, secondary question. You had mentioned that the vampire who sires the vampire that accidentally or purposefully creates a vampire but is not allowed to have done so. What if that vampire that originally sired that vampire is no longer alive? Whose shoulder does that fall on to then
So that's
kill
usually under the judgment of the prince. So,
okay.
In some cases, if the new child seems useful or powerful or manipulable, the prince will, like, assign them a handler, basically. To be like, we've got a rogue Kindred just, like, hanging out, doing nothing. Like, especially I'm gonna use a lot of. I'm gonna continue using proper nouns just to try and get them into everyone's personal lexicons. So getting turned into a vampire is getting your embrace is when you were turned into a vampire. So the sire that embraced you. So you're saying if you were the embraced person, if your sire is dead,
if their
or
sire
gone,
is dead.
So if a kindred's sire is dead, they're no longer technically bound to anyone. If that kindred's sire was not supposed to sire them, then tradition states they should be killed. But it gets fuzzy. Because suddenly that person is a free agent, right? So, like, if someone, especially if they're from a particularly rare clan, or have high blood potency, or show promise, or just seem particularly manipulable, it'd be a lot easier for powerful kindred to stumble across that kindred and go, cool, you're mine now. Not literally, but like, cool, I'm gonna take you under my wing and have you do things for me, instead of just like turning them over to the prince. So it depends. Depends on what's going on.
Okay.
Yeah. We've talked a few times, I've mentioned a few times about killing kindred. So, kindred in this setting are immortal in that they no longer age and cannot die by normal means. There's a specific section in the book that like lays out all the like rules for being a vampire, but the basics are, if you get any diseases, they go away shortly thereafter. You can only be killed by sunlight, fire, or total beheading. Stake to the heart will not kill you. It will send you into torpor, which is basically you go into a really long coma in order to heal. So, like, if you sustain enough damage that it would ordinarily kill you, but it's not specifically fire or sunlight or beheading, you'll fall into torpor until you heal. You heal yourself. Most wounds can be healed in, like, a couple hours an evening. Like, if you get shot through the head, you can heal that in, like, 20 minutes. If you get your head completely blown off by a shotgun, you die. Because I think enough explosive damage will constitute a beheading. In some cases, particularly old vampires. So the mythological tenets of vampirism, so like can't cross running water, can't go into houses they haven't been invited in, poisoned by garlic, stuff like that, is basically only as powerful as you let it be. So if a particular kindred really believes that would harm them, it will. But if they don't, it won't. That's actually, like, mechanically, some of the flaws you can take are to obtain those mythological weaknesses, basically. None of which, I believe, will kill you. I think you just basically have to, like, roll to overcome them. Yeah. So yeah, fire. Very scary to a lot of kindred, because it can actually deal some pretty permanent damage to you. Sunlight. The kindred burn to ash when exposed to sunlight. This is also usually how kindred are executed, because it's dramatic. They really like chaining people underneath sunroofs and just, like, sweeping them up afterward. And beheading is easily the most dramatic, and also why a lot of kindred, like, bodyguards and stuff still actually use, like, swords, and bladed weaponry and garrots and things like that, is because guns just aren't super useful to a lot of kindred. They're really useful against mortals, and a lot of vampires have mortal servants. So, like, having a gun isn't useless. It's still a gun. You still live in a world full of mortals. But it's not going to help you kill a vampire easily. Yeah. There's something in text for voice that I have not seen. Vampire samurai. Yes, you can be you can technically be a vampire samurai.
Go for it.
So relevant to the setting of Chicago. Chinatown specifically is a no-go zone for vampires.
Why
because vampires keep going there and not coming out. And other kindred have confirmed that it's not other kindred in Chinatown, but probably a group of powerful mortal mages, likely, are just, like, in control of the area. Fairly recently, the Camarilla basically received a threat from that group that's basically like, hey, stop sending people here. Like, we're not here to mess with you, but if you keep sending vampires here, we're gonna keep making them disappear. So
damn,
vampire
no joy
samurai
for us. Fuck.
Yeah, I want Bobo. What the
fuck? So I think there's a that doesn't make it completely off limits, because there are actually like 2 or 3 kindred that are allowed to go there, but they specifically have ties to the group that is doing that. So like the area is not off limits for story or plot reasons. I'm just telling you, it's dangerous, and it's unlikely that you would originate from there. But obviously, that's fucking not the only places for vampire samurai to be in all of Chicago. So it was just a fun tidbit about Chicago that I think would be fun to share. Also,
that's actually really good.
Okay, like so I'm going to be using a lot of the Chicago by Night official setting stuff, just because it's easier for me personally. And also because a lot of it's really good. Like whoever wrote this knows Chicago in a way that is really nice and entertaining. And it really is like Chicago, but shittier. So like the gang violence is a lot worse. Corruption is through the roof. Healthcare inequality is bad. In the setting, a bunch of mental health and public wellness institutions were closed by the government under guise of some new thing. So like the homeless population has skyrocketed. Just inequality is a lot bigger. There's a lot going on. It really, like I said, it really is like Chicago but worse, which is a lot of fun. So I'm going to be using a lot of that, and it means that we'll also be able to get a lot of kind of like hooks into it for as long as we want to. How are people feeling? I know this is a lot of information.
Yeah.
It's a lot, but it's cool.
And it's probably going to take some time. And this game really is like 70% lore, 30% mechanics. Because it is such a very political game, you kind of have to know a lot about it in order to really like figure out where you want to be and what you're getting into it. Cool. Clans. That sound like a fun thing to cover?
Perhaps. I already have an idea for mine, so I'm gonna quickly step out because I really want to get a drink of water anyways.
Sick.
I know a lot about the clans.
The clan, we love fantasy tribalism here.
We really do.
And the clans are very, very into that. If I can find the page where they say which clans are primarily Anarch and which clans are primarily Camarilla, that would be useful. I think I remember it, but I want to make double sure so I don't misspeak. Also, each of the clans has a really good, if you do dig into the book itself, they all have a really good summary for each of the clans, to give like not just like this is what these vampires do, but like an ideological stance for each of the different clans and the kind of vampires that can come out of those clans. Makes some of that stuff a little easier.
I think that was like the only thing that I read, because that to me was the most interesting part. Yeah.
I mean, like I said, people fucking love fantasy tribalism, and they do it really well. I think this is one of the best instances of like pick your faction that can exist in especially a tabletop campaign. This is me. I'll get to that when where's my bookmarks? I'll get to that when Caroline is back, because that's a useful thing to know about. That a lot of we're getting ahead of myself mentally. So the clans. The two primary and Anarch Clans, which are the two clans that just straight up left the Camarilla, are the Bruja and the Gangrel. So the Bruja are rabble rousers, they're rebels, they are very active in the Anarch movement. They're very Rage Against the Machine, dislike tyranny, aren't a big fan, like don't vibe with being controlled in any ways, which is sometimes ironic given the extent to which they like to control others. But like Bruja in general are deeply rebellious, and it can depend very much who they have decided to rebel against. Like the book very much points out that a lot of like modern alt movements, not like alt scene, but like alt-right movements, like would have a lot of Bruja in them because they feel countercultural regardless of whether they actually are progressive in any kind of way. It really is like the counter something. Like they just want to be fighting against someone, and sometimes it doesn't matter who or what or why. But they also hold a lot of philosophers. There are a lot of like Bruja thinkers that are very interested in the systems and resulting like effects of oppression and how to deal with it. The Gangrel are the most animalistic of all of the... I'm gonna go over Banes too, because I think... And Banes and powers for each of the clans. So the Bruja powers, they're called disciplines that you can get, which are they're cool vampire powers. That you can get are Celerity, which is being able to move really fast. Like someone blinks and you're across the room and there's a gust of wind that moved stuff kinds of fast, like running on water and up buildings kinds of fast. That's what Celerity is. Potence, which is being really strong, like punch through a brick wall, like lift a semi, like crush someone's rib cage with your hands kind of strong. They're very aggressive hunters sometimes. And presence, which is being able to... I want to say the words manipulate people, but it's like in a broad sense. Presence meaning you're very much projecting your kind of personal aura to the people around you. If you can kind of sway an entire group of people with just by like standing there and maybe saying some stuff, that's a very presence sort of thing. You can lead crowds and get people on your side in very broad ways. That's presence. The Gangrel are the very animalistic and animal focused of the vampires. Most vampires outside of the Gangrel deeply avoid animals of all kinds because animals can tell that they're dead and will react accordingly. So like animals tend to freak out around vampires, other than the Gangrel sometimes. The Bruja Bane, their like weakness is just they get really angry. Like rage and lots of outbursts and violence and stuff like that. Gangrel, they're animalistic. They do animal things. They can turn into animals. They can... They are very much the bestial side of being a vampire. Their powers are animalism, which is being able to do all your cool animal stuff. So, like, you can summon animals. You can tell animals to do things for you. You can talk to some animals. In some cases, you can become an animal. You can adopt the traits of animals. It's a lot of... it's very druid magic. It's a lot of animal powers. They get fortitude, which is like being invincible. So fortitude lets you shrug off. So, and if a normal vampire gets like stabbed or shot, it's still gonna hurt really bad. And you're probably going to react like most mortals would. If you have the power of fortitude and someone like sinks a sword through your gut, you can just no-sell it. Like, you can just not react. It doesn't even matter. It barely does anything to you. You are the rock. And you can also take fortitude mentally. So, like, if people are trying to do magic things to your brain or your psyche, you can have really powerful defenses against that and just be very, very stoic, very strong. And Protean. I don't remember what that one does. Which one's that?
I'm reading it right now.
That stuff open.
Straddling the line between vampirism and shapeshifting, the discipline allows the gangrel to take the physical properties of another creature or in other ways change their physical shape. Gangrel who feed as animals often consider this the truest or at least the best of kills.
Okay, that makes sense. So the animalism is a lot more about controlling and using and having animal friends, and Protean is a lot more of the becoming more creature-like, more animalistic. Also, I'm also still learning the system. So I will not be an expert on all things, and we're probably going to be referring to the book a whole lot.
That's fine. There's never been an expectation.
So those are the two major Anarch clans. The other five major Camarilla clans are Malkavians. They're crazy, but in like a useful way. They are mad and kind of jesters, and they are also kind of fortune tellers. They can see a lot more than, like, I think they would fall into the traditional like seer kind of archetype of characters. They can hear things and know things and do things that other clans just don't quite understand. And their bane is that they're crazy. Like, the curse of the blood literally drives them mad. In a lot of ways. The intersections between Malkavians and real actual mental health is a little fuzzy sometimes, because the way that the book describes it is very much like getting embraced by a Malkavian will effectively give you some kind of disorder. It will put more voices in your head in like kind of a pop culture mental illness way. Like, you'll either have more voices in your head, you'll be deeply unpredictable, you'll hear a lot of things that other people don't kind of hear. You're kind of opening yourself to the psychic maelstrom of the world of darkness, and that has major implications for your personal psyche. But the things they get to do, they get auspex, which is the brain stuff. You get to like read. I don't think you get to read people's minds. You might get to read people's minds. You can supernaturally know things that you probably shouldn't. You can observe people in ways that other people can't. Like, you can sense what kind of vampires people are, and maybe sense people's intentions and kind of thoughts and things like that. You get dominate, which is mind control. It's just mind control. It's usually communicated by the eyes. You can dominate people by just staring at. If you make eye contact with them, you can attempt to dominate them. And it's kind of a simple. There's different associated powers within dominate, but a lot of it is like tell someone to do something, and the more powerful your dominate gets, the less restrictions there are on it. You can't tell someone to harm themselves until very high up, but you can convince people to do things against their best interests fairly often. And sometimes that comes from a body place of just like, I'm going to tell you to do this thing, and your body's going to do it, and your brain's going to be trapped inside of it while you do it. Or sometimes it's a lot more mental thing of just like trying to seed someone's idea that they came up with, the plan that they're about to do. There's a lot of dominate fuckery in Vampire. People making other people do other things, and making other people think other things even. is a big deal. They also have obfuscate, which is like invisibility. It's fading into mist. It's hiding in crowds. It's being able to disguise yourself effectively. Obfuscate is very like kind of stealth and hiding oriented. The Nosferatu, they are really their role in the Camarilla specifically is that they're smart and they know a lot and they're really good at like keeping secrets and divulging information. They're information gatherers. They're the people that built and maintained and ultimately like cleaned up ShrekNet. They're the most technologically savvy of any of the clans for the most part. And they have a lot of like power, even though they are generally not admired by the other clans. They're kind of a black sheep of the family when it comes to Camarilla clans. When ShrekNet went down, the Nosferatu got blamed for it, and a lot of the other Camarilla clans were kind of hoping that it would just be the end of Clan Nosferatu. Who they did adopt the name from the myth. Not the other way around. Nosferatu isn't named after the vampires are named after Nosferatu.
That's amazing.
Which is pretty fun. So most of the names are either self-acquired or are from the Second Inquisition. Which are what, like, some of the clans are what the Spanish called each of the different groups of vampires that they were identifying at the time. Nosferatu, yeah, so they're good at hiding, they're good at knowing things, and they do a lot of stuff. So their powers are animalism, so like the Gangrel, they can have animal companions. They're most oftenly hang out in like sewers and crypts and stuff, so they have a lot, like rats are very much a Nosferatu. A lot of rats are Nosferatu agents, or a lot of Nosferatu agents have rats. They have obfuscate, which is the hiding and stealth and disguising stuff. And they have potence, like the Bruja. They can be really strong. And their bane is that they are hideous. Just deeply monstrous. Which is a problem when you're dealing with a whole bunch of politically minded high society jerks. Especially the Toreador, but you know, hey, look, the Toreador, they're next. Also known as the Degenerates by other clans, obsessed with art, obsessed with beauty, really interested in the pursuit of stuff and things and aesthetic. Whoever's wearing the biggest dress at a Camarilla party is almost definitely a Toreador. They like to make an entrance, they like to be seen, which is sometimes a bit of a problem when it comes to upholding the masquerade. But yes. They do also hold the best parties. So Toreador are yeah, that's their bit, is they love beauty, they are really value it. They also do a lot of they're responsible for they usually have their hands in a lot of the arts sectors in cities. Like if there's ever like a club owned by some mysterious person, some mysterious thing that like keeps finding new and interesting and unique musicians from throughout the mortals, it's usually a Toreador operation secretly. Nightclubs are a big deal for vampires because they're easy hunting grounds. So the Toreador get auspex, so they get the same kind of like knowing and thinking and psychic things as the Malkavians. They get celerity, they can move really fast, and they get presence, which is the being able to manipulate lots of people, being able to sway people. I think the way the book describes it is being able to manipulate and sway people's emotions thoroughly, as opposed to like their thoughts, which is more dominate stuff.
Cosmic charisma.
Very much so. Projectile charisma, if you will. The Tremere, they're blood wizards.
Yeah.
They're their own little sect. They're very insular. Their important Tremere politics is this thing called the pyramid, which is a rigid structure within the Tremere to make sure everyone below the like Tremere leadership are in line. This is enforced through blood bonds, which we can get into once we get into more of the like mechanics of being a vampire. But it basically means that like not only are you like ideologically not allowed to oppose the people above you in the hierarchy, you are literally magically prevented from disobeying the people above you in the hierarchy. And that's really important to a lot of the Tremere. But then the Second Inquisition happened, and they nuked the Ivory Tower, which is where a lot of the Tremere were, and especially a lot of the higher parts of the pyramid. So the pyramid shattered. So now there are non-hierarchical sects of the Tremere that are really interested in continuing to explore blood sorcery without having to deal with all that dumb, weird pyramid politics stuff. And there are the Camarilla Tremere, who are very much still trying to uphold their side of things. The Tremere that are outside of the pyramid are not with the Anarchs. They are their own sect. Typically, there can be rogue Tremere and things like that, but it's really hard to. Blood sorcery is kind of something inherent, but it's really hard to master and learn on your own. So that's their bit. They get Auspex, the like sensory seer kind of stuff. They get Dominate, and they get blood sorcery. They're the only ones that get blood sorcery, because that's kind of their whole thing. They're fiercely competitive within themselves and without themselves. I don't remember their bane off the top of my head.
Their bane is that they're perfectionists.
Gotcha. Makes sense.
They want to get everything correct. They want to do the best that they absolutely can.
Yeah, and if they don't, they have issues with it. Mm-hmm. Like it will cause problems for them psychologically.
I think either way I go, one of my characters, one or the other, they'll both probably be a Tremere.
Tremere are fun. They're really interesting, especially if you're playing a non-period. If you're every way you can put a Tremere into this setting is dramatic in interesting ways. Yeah, because like in the pyramid, there's going to be drama there. Outside of the pyramid, there's going to be drama there. Unaffiliated, pretty big drama there. And the last one are the Ventru. They're the Blue Bloods. They are in charge of everything. The Ventru currently lead the Camarilla. The Ventru are in charge of most... The prince of almost every city is a Ventru. It's very unlikely that someone who is the leader of a city is not a Ventru. They are powerful in business. They're powerful in politics. They're powerful in mortal politics. They rule and like to control things. And that is how they deal with stuff. They are probably the most heavily integrated into the Camarilla. Like, if there are non-Camarilla Ventru have a hard time. Because a lot of Anarchs are kind of predisposed to disliking them. And their nature doesn't fit into a lot of non-hierarchical structures. But it makes for some interesting conflict. They're Ventru kind of have a predisposition toward controlling things, but there's a lot of ways that can manifest. This way the sentence in the summary puts it is: the aristocratic Blue Bloods enforce the traditions and the masquerade on the lesser breeds. So, yeah. They get Dominate and Fortitude and Presence. So, controlling people, being big and tough. Dominate mentally is really important for them, especially higher-ups, so they can't get controlled by other vampires very easily. And Presence, influencing lots of people. Then there are Kaitif, who are non-clan kindred. So, Kaitif get to basically pick their disciplines from a bunch of stuff. Kaitif are disliked by a lot of Camarilla. Kaitif tend to move toward either the Anarch movement or independence, because they are generally disliked by the Camarilla, with a few notable exceptions. Particularly because if you're within the structures of the clans, you can be controlled, but you can also be predicted. Kaitif have the power of full-blooded vampires, but not the same sorts of banes and disadvantages. So Kaitif don't have a bane, is one of the big things about them. And they can have kind of a mismatch of various different disciplines, so they're dangerous because they can be unpredictable and powerful. But also the fact that they don't have a clan makes them hard to... Cooperation's really important, and especially in a world this deep into politics, like, they're going to have issues if they're just left alone. There are also the Thin-Blooded, who are the only group I would recommend against playing in our first game, because they have a whole different set of rules. But they're basically... Thin-Bloods are vampires that are a low enough generation that they aren't affected by the curse of the blood the same way everyone else is. Thin-Bloods can go out in the sunlight. Not for very long, but they can. They can survive it at all. They don't have disciplines. They instead have figured out this thing called blood alchemy, which lets them do cool things with the power of the blood, but very different things than all the other vampires. They can pass as human a lot more easily, and are generally just kind of vibing. They are also immortal, but in complicated ways. Yeah. Those are all the clans. Oh, also, in Chicago by Night, there is another clan called the La Sombra, who are the clan of Night. Their introduction is relevant because their entire clan previously was sworn to the Sabbat. And only now there's a decent number of La Sombra clan members that are attempting to join the Camarilla specifically. And that's happening in Chicago, as is, like, right now, according to the setting of the book. There are some independent La Sombra, not a lot. They're effectively cosmic nihilists when it comes to ideological stances as vampires, in that they believe that there is very little point to the world, which is why they align themselves with the Sabbat, is because they're just like, let's get this shit over with. What's the point? And can manipulate shadows is their, like, one... Their unique dominion or discipline is that they can control shadows magically. We'll see how much of that we want to get into. If someone's interested in making a La Sombra character, we can definitely have more conversations about it. But we'll see how much of that we want to inject into our Chicago by Night. Okay, that was a lot.
I think that's it for clans.
Yeah, that's all the... Well, it's not all the clans. There are more clans. Those are all the playable clans. I have to buy more. We'd have to get more books to play more clans. The Hakata are apparently new. They're the clan of death. I think they're necromancers. They're dangerous. They were also purportedly extinct, but not anymore. Yeah. Yeah. Anyone have any questions?
Uh,
Thank you for listening to me lecture about Vampire the
so,
Masquerade.
say you are part of the Bruja or the Gangrel.
Gangrel? Yep.
Will this create, like, a significant problem if there are if the rest of the party is part of the
So, it would be easiest, capital E, easiest, if everyone was aligned one way or the other.
Mm-hmm.
But that's boring.
It's also not what's gonna happen, let's be real.
Yeah, because the name for a unit of vampires that are interacting together for whatever reason is called a coterie. In vampire lore, they're basically a vampire adventuring party. And coteries are formed for a lot of reasons. Like, one of the coteries in Chicago by Night is a band, like a musical band. It's a group of 4 vampires that started a band together, and that's their coterie, and that's why they interact the way they are. But they're also, like, politically hooked up to a bunch of other people. Like, this game doesn't follow the same structure as a lot of other games, where you all really don't need to be together all the time in order to make the pacing continue at a normal pace. Like, we can have people on different sides of conflicts. We can have people doing very disparate things. We can do a lot more spotlighting of people doing their own individual bits. And in part of what we're going to be doing today is figuring out how all the characters, I not necessarily like know each other, but are connected in a way that we can make interesting.
This big puzzle.
Because you can be on opposite rivals. Like, one of the easiest things, honestly, is just to have you all be very close geographically. Like, you're all vampires in the same area, or you share hunting grounds, or you go to the same nightclubs. Like, just a connection you may all have. Relevant to vampire setting in general. One of the not traditions, but like social norms of vampires, not just Camarilla vampires, is Elysium, which is basically a safe haven for vampires. And one of the big tenets of it is all vampires are welcome. So if you go to Elysium, you can be an anarch, you can be an independent, you can be a new blood, you can be an illegitimate you can be an illegitimate child. It doesn't matter. If you are in Elysium, no one can touch you. You're not allowed to get into fights. You will be provided food, and you will be taken care of for as long as that Elysium lasts, unless you break any of those laws. So, like, having a common Elysium is one of the easier ways to get characters from very disparate walks of unlife together. Like, to say, like, yeah, so y'all all are familiar with, like, one of the most important Kindred socialite places in Chicago is the Succubus Club, run by vampires, kind of curated for vampires, and an important location for Kindred society in Chicago in general. And it would not be a stretch to, if, like, and this is a big if, there are no connections between you already by the time we make characters, which I don't think is going to be the case. To just be like, yeah, you all go there regularly and know each other. And then we, like, start hooks from there of just, like, here's conflicts that multiple of you are going to be dealing with. So, to answer the question you asked, it wouldn't be a problem. It is not an insurmountable issue. And it honestly would probably make things more interesting if we have people from a variety of interests, especially depending on how new all of you are to the Embrace. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does.
All right, cool. So, do we want to talk more about setting stuff, vampire, like doing stuff? Do we want to go into trying to build characters? Because I think a lot more questions will get answered when we start actually trying to build characters. We can also a thing that's going to be really important for us to do is I've got a whole page of notes on questions I need to ask for our safety reasons, so we can set some good lines and veils. Because, like I said, this is a horror setting, and it can get really intense in a lot of situations, and it's going to depend on what we want, what kind of story we want to tell collectively, is going to set a lot of tone for where this game's going to go. So we can get into that now, or we can start building characters and kind of get into it later and on the way as necessary. How are we feeling?
I can start character building now.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
can.
I kind of I don't know about character building. I still kind of need help choosing which character would fit in to this sort of puzzle.
Matt,
But
it sounds like you have the strongest concept for a character so far.
It
Wait,
sure
I
is
actually-
a concept. Too.
I actually had a question.
Yep.
Actually, now. I remember there being, last time we discussed this, some a lack of sureness about the time period. Are we going
Yes,
90s
That was
Chicago?
also my question.
I would recommend setting the game either like now, not meaning like pandemic now, but like that's gonna make an interesting vampire setting someday.
That would God.
Wow. In 5 years, when they release a source book for that, it's gonna be interesting.
Oh yeah.
I think a lot of vampires are gonna starve. Is what's gonna happen with that. Yeah. Wow. Anyway, either setting it in like the 2010s, because a lot of the setting politically, it matters like when it is. So like early 20 to or like late 2000s, early 2010s, I think is like up to through now is like we can pick a year if we really want to. And know that it will be slightly different. Like, we probably don't want to have specific political... Like, it's not like, yeah, and Lori Lightfoot's the mayor. Like, maybe maybe would be a little too close to home for a lot of things. Because it is Chicago, but shittier, right? Like, there's a lot of... Yeah, so I would recommend, like early 2010s, late 2000s. Or... we can try and set it a little bit in the future. It would probably be easiest if we stuck with the campaign as written. Or the like setting as written, just for like... I can homebrew settings in Dungeons & Dragons because it's a system I'm very familiar with. That's going to be a lot harder with something I'm not as familiar with. And as much as I can lean on existing material will make my life a lot easier. So if we want to set it in like vague present day, if we want to pick a time, I would say like 2012, 2013 specifically.
Specifically.
Is there a reason you want it to be 2013 specifically? Wait, when did Dark Souls come out?
That's when
that was 2009. I think.
Yeah, I was gonna say
yes, prime time Homestuck era.
2011. Okay, so Dark Souls is out in the setting.
Perfect.
That's our litmus test.
What's the top of the charts? Fucking Thrift Shop by Macklemore just came out.
Yeah.
The Harlem Shake is in full swing.
We're in like Skrillex club territory, absolutely too.
Yes, absolutely.
Like
all the children.
Dubstep is happening right now.
All the little like high schoolers, middle schoolers cannot shut the fuck up about what does the fox say.
Yeah.
Like it's just that, like constantly.
All right.
Minecraft Minecraft exists now.
Oh, and okay.
In beta, actually.
You know, there's like a Toreador somewhere obsessed with making the perfect server in Minecraft.
Oh, absolutely.
Somewhere. They don't have to sleep. Well, they do. They're forced to sleep, but they don't like they've just literally got someone like tied up next to them that they drink from whenever they need to, and are just playing Minecraft for days and like maybe years. Like they're gonna miss updates because they've been working on it for so long.
Yeah.
Wait, 9/11 happened when? Shit.
Oops.
Public Alpha 2009 releasing in November 2011. So yeah.
Incredible. Yeah, so that's kind of the I feel considering that collective response, 2013 specifically seems like a great time for this to be set in.
Perfection.
Sure thing.
Alternate world 2013, but still 2013.
Yes, Skyrim was released before then. Yes.
Oh, and you know there's like some vampire like progeny who's like showing their sire Skyrim, and their sire's just like, that's not how vampires work. That's not how we worked in the Middle Ages.
Yeah,
Like,
absolutely.
this
This
is
You
nonsense.
shot
Yes.
arrow with the sun, now the
Yes.
sun is black. What is happening?
Incredible.
This is
So,
this
2013
is ideal.
seems
this
good.
is ideal.
Also relevant for two of you that seem maybe interested in playing deeply religious characters. Chicago's really Catholic in a few specific neighborhoods, like really Catholic.
Yeah. Oh, I guess that's kind of. I guess this question depends wholly on just like which character makes the most sense. But like, so there are mortals who willingly serve or are influenced to serve vampires. Are
both
like,
are true.
There are some that just
Okay.
be like, vampires
Right.
fucking epic. Please
Yeah.
use me.
but
Not all of them
only-
are mind broken.
Yeah.
but can only be sired with like permission from the Camarilla, or like
So,
whatever clan. or
Officially,
priest.
yes. Mechanically, no.
Right. So okay.
You can you have the ability to
What
sire
did it
more
all-
vampires.
What did it all make sense though for there to exist a sect of people who are then like prepped and groomed to be sired?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So I'm gonna get a little bit into the mechanics of this.
Okay.
World mechanics, not game mechanics. So vampires don't have blood. They have vitae, which is vampire blood. It's the same. It's red. It's not the same. It's deeply magical. The way a vampire sires another vampire is to drink them dry, drink a mortal dry,
replace-
and then feed them their vitae.
Right.
If you just do the feeding someone vitae bit without the drinking someone dry bit, they become a ghoul, which is a
Yeah.
semi-derogatory term.
Yeah.
But they gain longevity, not necessarily immortality, but longevity. They will get some like vampiric powers, and they will be bound to you.
Right.
That doesn't mean they're like mindless necessarily either. Like, they're still going to be people with emotions and desires and things like that. But they're going to do whatever you want them to, basically. And that can either be voluntarily. A lot of like people obtain voluntary ghouls in a lot of ways. It can be done forcefully. It can be there's a lot of room within that, and especially within religious groups. So the La Sombra specifically do a lot with religion, and they like to effectively form cults around themselves for the purposes of easy feeding, also known as herding or farming, and for finding prospective childer. But that's not exclusive to the La Sombra by any means. Lots of different Toreador also, or not Toreador, the Tremere also really big into religious stuff, specifically because a lot more religious groups have a tendency toward the occult, which is useful for blood sorcerers. So yeah, there's that. So to answer your question, yes.
Yeah.
Also relative things. Humanity in this game. We can get into more of the mechanics of it later, but a vampire can be more or less human given their humanity. And the less human you are, the more monster you become, and that includes a lot of physical stuff. I mention this because of Vitae in particular. Vampires below a certain threshold of humanity, and it's pretty high, can't have sex or gain pleasure out of having like traditional like genital sex. The thing for them that is that interesting and pleasurable sensually is drinking another vampire's vitae. So that's like how vampire intimacy functions mechanically, like within the rules of the world, which is dangerous because if you drink too much of someone else's vitae, you form a blood bond, and that means you are bound purposefully, like almost like a ghoul. Like you can't disobey the person you form a blood bond with, and that can be done surreptitiously. Which happens is people will like vampires will like accidentally other people into blood bonds. Which is I have several sexual content questions on my list of we're gonna have to talk about how much of this we want to have in the game, because the game's pretty horny.
Yeah.
In a few different ways.
Yeah.
Like feeding is like basically orgasmic for both parties. Like so for the person you're drinking from and for you. A lot of one of the preferred methods of some vampires feeding is to seduce them and then drink from them. It's a horny game. We're gonna talk about it. Yeah. Any more character-y questions if we want to start trying to get into building one?
No, but I do have to use the bathroom very quickly.
That seems reasonable. Go for it. I should have been wearing black lipstick for this, just for the vibe.
Yeah. Not a character-y question, but for, like, the, like, campaign safety thing, you can take off my hard cut thing.
Yep, okay. I was going to ask you about it, because I kept it on just in case.
I know. I'm fully comfortable with that sort of thing. With
Good to know.
Sort of things now. So I'm okay. It was just, at the time, was kind of bad.
Yeah, no. Keep yourself safe. Do whatever you need to do. And thank you for trusting us enough to be able to do that.
Yeah, we're good now. We good, baby.
Right.
Why?
Okay, doing the heart thing immediately made me want to go like, ha, for some reason. And I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Alright, well, Ham's going to the bathroom.
enough.
I'm gonna go feed Adonis real quick before he starts squeaking at me.
Oh, right, the hamster.
Not a hamster.
No? Hamster? Gerbil?
A hamster passed. I adopted a cat.
Well, I hope your cat's okay.
I'm sorry.
He's fine.
Sorry about your hamster.
Don't worry about it. It was a hamster.
That's fair.
So, I'll be back.
So Cole, I actually have something of a line I'd like to place in now that I'm thinking of it.
Absolutely.
Role-playing of human suffering.
Yeah, okay. I'm into it.
I have learned that about myself. Hearing too much of that is not good for me.
All right, so yeah, so that'd be a good line. Do you want to? So we are playing a game in which vampires drink blood from humans.
Yes, but
so when it comes to, yes, we're gonna respect this, obviously. I just want to make sure that, so if human suffering is about to happen, we're gonna make sure all of that's off screen.
Well, you can keep it's excessive human suffering on the 100% undeserving is mostly thing is treat it not with it's hard to describe.
Yeah,
I just know that the only thing to know is it's not, maybe it's less of a line, and try not to get too into it.
Yeah, so it's the role-playing bit specifically that is like particularly squiffy for you, it sounds like.
Yeah. Don't
totally
get
fine.
accepted.
We'll use descriptions. Well, basically, like if and when human suffering occurs, we can basically treat it in the third person, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that works. Yeah.
And make use of safety tools. If I think so, I actually added another tool, which is rewind. which is basically just like, so if I do something that actively makes you uncomfortable in that space, in that sense, just go like, hey, can we redo that, or like cut that out, like can we not have that be, and we can just make that happen on the spot.
Maybe this is less of a line though, and maybe more of just a warning of that might happen. And then if that comes to case, because this is something that might be just worth like testing the limits of what I can endure.
Yeah, that's.
I just know it's
Hello,
it's
I
been.
returned.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
You're saying, Eli?
Am I cutting it in and out at all?
Only a little bit. I had not enough that I've noticed.
Okay.
Yeah, it definitely. I think it's worth the fact that you thought about it enough to bring it up. I think makes it worth putting on the document. And we'll make sure to keep an eye on your comfort level when it comes to that kind of thing throughout the rest of the game.
Okay, thank you very much.
Because more often than, and I know I've had experiences like that where like you don't know where the line is until someone crosses it.
Yeah.
So keep us updated. We'll make sure to acquiescent to that.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. This is the first time I've been GMing a very horror-centric game, especially such an intimately horrific game. It's not just like spooky monsters and blood and viscera and stuff. It's very like, it's a very personal horror in a lot of how this game functions, and I want to make sure that everyone, including myself, is comfortable with what's going on at times, because I fully expect to be horrified at points during this game, and that's going to be a fun new experience that I'm going to keep tabs on personally. Yeah. Also, like before, the link to this document, to the Vampire Campaign Safety document is in the docs list, and you can edit it anonymously at any time if there's something you want to put on the list but aren't comfortable with talking about with all of us currently. So, perfectly free. Also, like open door policy, you're free to go and leave. You're not required to stay here at any time. If you need to, want to, or just think you should go for any reason, feel free to. And no shame. Yeah.
I guess I kind of have a question.
Yeah.
And I think this just comes from my ignorance of the book. But because you're saying like this is a horror setting, and I guess I'm just trying to figure out like where are we expecting this to go,
Like in a narrative sense, or like a content sense?
I guess a little bit of both. I think my thing right now is I don't know if worried is the right word, but I'm just curious, like what are we going to hit that is going to personally horrify you? Like, because those are your words, and if that's how you're going to feel, how are we gonna feel? Like, and how is this? Where is it going?
From maybe an exemplary standpoint, I am anticipating, however you all build your characters, that the vast majority of Kindred in the setting we are going to play in are going to be a lot worse than you.
Yeah.
Like, things that are pretty normal in Kindred society. Enslaving lots of mortals and killing them for sport. Specifically hunting people who are afraid because it makes their blood taste better. Personally manipulating people and their relationships to other people in order to either get them to do what they want or just for fun. Like, emotional intensities can range from like just the shock of like, oh, I have to do harm to people in order to satiate the beast. We've probably should talk about the Beast at some point. The Beast is the manifestation of your vampirism in your kind of psychological existence as a kindred, in that, like, so when you do something not of your own volition, but in order to slake your hunger or because your vampirism tells you to, that's the Beast. The Beast is taking over. And if you don't satisfy the Beast, it's not just going to go away, and you're not just going to starve. The Beast's just going to take over. And the Beast can do a lot of horrible things, like murder people you really care about, or other things like Vampire Society will do. Like, if they find out that you care about a mortal, they're gonna torment them if they think it'll get you it'll gain them power over you. Like, levels of intensity can go up to things like purposefully torturing and murdering someone's beloved in front of them for the sake of power, and then bringing them back to life as a servant of the person who tortured them, just to spite the person that they are angry at. Like, it can get really intense. Like, they're vampires. They're not good people. They are monsters in both very human and very inhuman ways. So a lot of where it goes will depend on who you interact with, what kind of decisions you choose to make within that, and a lot of what we kind of decide collectively we want this campaign to be. Because we can just play this game as, like, your superheroes who have to drink blood sometimes, and we're gonna fucking take down the Camarilla as a group of shitty anarchs. Like, that can be the campaign, and part of the like, good thing and problem with the system is it's very open-ended. Like, we can use this to tell lots of different stories, and a lot of that is going to depend on... I would like to negotiate collectively where we want to go. More than any other campaign, I think we should have, if not an endpoint, a strong direction of where we want the story to go collectively together. I remember in Avernus, I asked everyone specifically, like, how they wanted me to push their characters. And that's going to be very similar here. Of just like, okay, what kind of horror do you want me to inflict onto these characters? What kind of pressures do you want me to shove inward on these characters?
I like that.
Because I want you all to be fairly in control of what kind of story you want told. Because otherwise, there's a lot higher chance of major violations of agency. Like, if I used a powerful vampire with Dominate to take control of your character and make them do something awful to someone else, like, that's a lot. That's a very intense scene that can go a lot of places. And if the player character and the player behind it doesn't want that, that can be really bad. So I'm going to be taking a lot of input when it comes to what you all want to do and the decisions you make. And it's really, I have it bolded and underlined in my notes. In this game, more than any other, you are not your character. Your character is not you. And anything either of you does not reflect in either direction. And this is particularly important in this game because your characters are monsters. And monstrous, regardless of whether they choose to fight that or not. Does that make sense?
Yes, I appreciate that explanation, because I I don't think I was thinking along those lines. So
it like, the setting is dark. So, like, for example, one of the lines I have set in the safety document is human trafficking, specifically. That's just not something I want to deal with in this campaign. And that is content that is very explicitly included in the setting. Is like, there's a named ring, there are political groups surrounding it, there's intrigue involving it. Like, the concept of not just, like, trafficking humans in general, but trafficking them and controlling their emotions, specifically purposefully inflicting terror upon them for the purpose of maintaining the flavor of their blood to sell to other vampires to kill and eat, is a lot.
Yeah.
And that's something I just don't want to deal with in our game this time. Same with, like, so I put hate speech in here. Again, that is a thing that is explicitly included in this game. Bigoted vampires don't get, or bigoted people don't get better when they get turned into vampires.
Right. Yeah.
Like, we mentioned some of the fun historical decisions this game makes. Like, there's a lot of, like, they all but say, they suggest and all but say that, like, the Holocaust was because of vampires. That there not only were a large number of Nazis vampires, but that there still are vampires today who were Nazis, maybe just for fun. Like, that's just a thing they did as a lark in the 1940s. And now they're, like, running a bank in Alabama because they want to. And, like, and their, like, specific forms of bigotry will spread to, like, their domains.
Yeah.
So, like... Yeah.
So, to that end, I guess... So, I'm not saying that I want to be a Nazi vampire. But...
What do you mean?
But can I please be a Nazi vampire?
No. So this might help me decide whether I actually want to be this character or not. Like, this is more of a, would other people be comfortable with me playing a character who is this? And that's the doctor character I had conceptualized. Because his entire thing, like, his point of intrigue is contingent on him being a doctor who was a closeted gay man in the 80s and got AIDS.
Yeah.
Oh, go off. Help yourself.
Yeah, of
That
course.
sounds like a lot, but it sounds like it would be fun to play with.
I thought that would be interesting.
Go off, please.
I wanted to also make sure that the other one is also, like, a nun, so, like, you know, that shit gets messy. So it's not like neither is messy, but I know one might hit closer to home than the other.
And one thing I think is maybe important to say here too is, like, this is part of the reason I wanted to ask maybe more intentionally whether we wanted to record the campaign, or I have other options of, like, we can keep it not publicly posted either. We can keep it private and stuff, because there's obviously going to be, like, the dynamic is different when it's a group of friends exploring some weird, maybe odd, maybe off-color shit together, as opposed to, like, an entertainment product made for other people. Like, this game gets into some hot water when it comes to, like, public sphere entertainment versions of it, because it can get really intense, and that's a lot more fine when it's around this table just with these people.
Right.
So yeah, that sounds awesome. So relevant, because they talk about it in the book. So the vampires can transfer HIV by drinking blood of people who are HIV positive, and then drinking another human's blood to transfer it to them. And that was, like, a problem. That was a problem in the 80s, because specifically the club scene in cities, which is predominantly queer and minority in most cities, are big hunting grounds for vampires. So there's, like, the implication that vampires helped the spread of HIV/AIDS accidentally. Even though they wouldn't suffer the effects of it personally.
Right.
That's a lot. that's a lot to deal with, and I'm super comfortable with you exploring that as a character in this setting if you want to.
I think for him specifically, while that is relevant to the setting, it's not relevant to his character.
Right.
But there are other things going into play there.
Cool. I think the summarization of that is, yeah, I think everyone would be comfortable with that.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so there's that. I'm also not saying there's not going to be bigots in this setting.
Right.
I specifically am really not interested in, like, both role-playing saying slurs, because I think that would be really uncomfortable for me. I'm also not really interested in hearing player characters say them either. So that's most of the reason it's on the list.
Okay, this is going to be such an out there question because they're not slurs, but like the things in the lexicon.
Yes, so I was actually just about to get into that. So
it was just like, would those be okay?
So there's a lot of words in the lexicon listed parentheses vulgar.
Vulgar.
Most of those are just like insults. It's just insulting someone. There's one in particular though.
Yeah.
So kine, Kine, is what elder vampires refer to. It's a little depreciated. It's not a super popular term anymore, but it's still used, especially in Camarilla circles, to refer to mortals, and translates literally as cattle.
Okay.
And depending on your playgroup, depending on your setting, depending on your social group within the setting, and who you're talking to, and their opinions about the relationships between kindred and mortals, it can be nothing. It's a casual term. It can be an insult, or some communities straight up treat it like a slur and will not say it. They will just say, no one gets to say this at tables.
Yeah.
I'm completely comfortable with it, and I think it adds an interesting level of it's a term that will let you gauge a character's opinions by their use of their vocabulary very quickly.
Yeah.
But it's also in some touchy area where, like, I'm totally fine if people are like, I don't want to deal with that kind of area of messiness when it comes to linguistic usage and like what is and is not a slur.
Which is why I'm bringing this to the table.
Yeah.
Because I want to ask my players too.
I've said, I'm
for the character,
okay with it, but it's like I'm completely comfortable using, like, especially kine as like effectively treating it as a very strong derogatory term. Especially one that is very regularly used in higher society or among particularly callous kindred. And for the purposes of our game, we can just treat it as not a slur. It's just a really powerful insult. And if anyone's squiffy about that or uncomfortable about it, say so, and I'm completely fine with just not treating it like that. Thumbs up around the board? Thumbs down?
Seems fine to me.
Thumbs to the side?
Thumbs up.
Matt?
Up.
Oh, yeah.
Cool.
So I'm like, I just took some drugs and I'm like falling asleep a little bit. Sorry.
Okay.
Bro.
No worries. If you need to, if you like need to dip out for any reason and want to do like the mechanical character building stuff later, just let me know and we can figure out something.
No, I should wake up here soon. It usually only lasts.
Oh, okay. Good to know. Okay.
So
yeah,
thank you. I just wanted to get that out of the way because
thank you for bringing it up.
May or may not use it as a derogatory
right, because you're old. You want to be old.
Oh yeah, because you are old.
Which means a fun thing. I'm gonna bring this up now. So in your characters, you get these things called convictions, which are basically rules that you as a person, they define your humanity.
Oh boy, here we go.
So, for example, some very, very standard, very modern convictions are stuff like, don't kill people. Or in some other tenets, don't kill people who don't deserve it. or respect other people's territory, or there's the Gothic one of the Gothic romantic tenets is love should always be followed. Stuff like that. And if you break those tenets, you suffer for it. You will gain a stain. And if you gain too many stains, it's going to start harming your humanity. So there's specific inclusion for characters that are older than the present day to have old-timey character convictions.
Yes!
So stuff like women are delicate flowers. Or like men should be the ones in position of power. And if you break that or see that broken, it will affect you in different ways than the people around you because you're effectively frozen in time. And other old vampires, if you stand to your convictions, even though they're like optically not the greatest for modern day, some older vampires will respect you more for it. Or they're just like, yeah, no, you're right. Women are awful. Like,
yeah.
Like, depending on the circles you're in. So, like, I just wanted to mention that because it's a fun, weird thing.
This is gonna be really
So, each character individually will have their own convictions, and we'll have Chronicle tenets, which are true for everyone. That's basically gonna define a lot of our tone for the game. It's like, okay, so what are the group tenets? What are the rules? What are we defining collectively as the rules that if you break them, they make you more of a monster? And the typical ones for those stuff are like, yeah, don't kill. Is like usually the number one on that. Is like if you actively are murdering people, that's gonna affect you a lot psychologically.
All right, Vampire 10 Commandments.
There's a lot of fun.
Let's open that.
There are a lot of fun, like suggestions for, Chronicle, specific, tenets, like groups of tenets. I mentioned the Gothic Romantic one that I quite like, if I can remember where it is. It's not in disciplines. I'm not going to get into the different flavors of blood tonight, probably. That's something you don't need to know until we start hunting. Basically, depending on the emotions people are feeling, their blood tastes different. And sometimes, depending on how strongly it tastes different, it'll literally give you mechanical advantages.
That's fun.
It's very silly. It's a lot of fun if you want to, like, roleplay out a hunt. Like, if your character is very much like, I need this right now. I need this specific thing. And, like, trying to find someone who's got that specific thing of blood. Oh, yeah, so here's some example Chronicle tenets. So this is, like, sets of 3 that would apply for the whole game. So there's the Humanist Chronicle, which is thou shalt not kill, save in self-defense. Thou shalt not rape or torture. And thou shalt not harm the innocent. Are, like, Humanist tenets. Since the middle one is a line for me, we'd probably change it if we picked those ones. Because I'm not letting you do that anyway. There's a kind of funny idiosyncrasy when it comes to setting tenets and also having lines and veils. Because it's like, you're not allowed to do these things. Also, there's a second set of rules we're following as players in the agreement where we're just, even though these characters would probably be, like, would do these things, like they're awful enough that they would do these things, they're not going to, because we're not touching that.
You could change it like thou shalt not hurt for pleasure.
Yeah, that'd be a good one. That'd be a really good one if we were to replace it. Creed of Justice, never kill the innocent, be your own, never submit, and without a cause you are nothing. So if you break any of those or act against them, you would gain stains and hurt your humanity. The Gothic Romantic one, never deny true love, the guilty should suffer, and uphold the norms of decent society. It's a very, that's a very, like, see how that, like, kind of denotes a certain kind of structure for the rest of the story? Because you're really literally defining, like, if you break these things, it makes you less human. And
these are collective. These are not unique for each person. These are collective.
No, so those are the Chronicle tenets. Those are the things that we're going to set for all player characters for the game. Also, I think potentially that also applies to all non-character vampires too. Like if they break those tenets, they will also suffer for it.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and then every character gets their own individual conviction. I think they get 1 or 2, which are like those, but only apply to your specific character. And they don't have to be good. Like,
yeah,
they're what connect you to your sense of humanity. So, for example, like, they can be things like, don't suffer fools from those who are beneath you. Or protect what's yours. Your mine and mine, yours and mine. What's the phrase? Protect you and yours at any cost because you're better than everyone else. Like that could be your character conviction. Like that is what they feel makes them human. It's basically what links you to your mortal consciousness. And they don't have to be good. They just have to be something. So yeah, so if you're an old, like a really old, then you could have convictions that are like ancient if you want to.
Ooh.
But you probably ruffle some feathers if you do that, depending on how you apply them.
I'm already ruffling feathers with my character. It's fine.
Mercantilist convictions. All glory and economic benefits to the motherland. Hooray!
Yeah, no, really. Like,
honestly,
the Camarilla is very, very feudalist. Like, they're very much in terms of like this democracy thing is silly, and like we need hierarchical structures. People need to be in control of us, and people who work under us owe us their labor and time and money and sweat.
I already have an idea for one of my what do they call them?
The Anarchs.
Convictions.
Convictions.
Oh,
never mind. I jumped 2 steps ahead. So, yeah. Any other questions, or do we want to jump into someone and start building a character? Character? Let's build a character. Who wants to start?
Me.
This is all right. Let's do it. This is gonna be a new process for me too. So,
I will be right back. I'm gonna grab some water for myself.
Absolutely, water's good.
This is gonna be
I'm actually also gonna
guys.
grab some more water because I'm out. I'll be back.
Hydrate.
My throat's dying.
Oh, I really have to consider things for my character now. Oh boy.
I think the deciding factor for me is gonna have to be, like, how everyone else feels about their own vampirism, to be honest.
Okay.
Because I think that's gonna be what creates the most, like, character fiction.
See, I can't really say anything about mine right away because I want to get the okay for it too.
Right. Yeah, that's the struggle. It's like I don't really want to give away the doctor's whole bit right off the bat, but it is pretty like intense.
I kind of also need to, like at some point, kind of have.
It's hard. You don't want to give up the goat right away.
Yeah.
You want to be mysterious.
Yeah.
I return. I have water to soothe
I have
my
a
throat.
lot I'm gonna have to think about.
Thank you for listening to me lecture at you about the setting of Vampire the Masquerade for an hour.
I love the vampire, like,
it's so much lore.
There's
so
good.
much of it, too.
It does have
so much, but it's really good.
It's fun. It's really interesting.
It's pretty fucking fun.
There was a lot there that I knew a certain amount of, but it was helpful to have some clarification on specific things.
If you ever have more questions or are just curious, ask. I didn't read that book for nothing, and I'm gonna answer questions.
Please, yeah.
And
I read bits and pieces for it for fun.
Mm-hmm.
Just because it's
like the fiction
a
at the
good
beginning.
read. It's a really good read.
Yeah. Everything about it's really interesting, super fun.
Alright, so when are we all getting Vampire the Bloodline Masquerade? And we're gonna fucking play it on Steam as our characters.
I hope it has a GM mode. That would make me very happy.
That would be so good.
Wait,
Bloodlines 2.
Yeah.
Oh.
Which has been having some development troubles.
I was literally about to say, I hope it's not fucking development hell, because that's what it sounds like.
I think
it might be, and
they were really excited about it at the Paradox presentation, like a while ago. They got Waters. He's a huge vampire dude. He's in, like, if you ever see like a something by night like online tabletop campaign, he's almost definitely in it. Just this very handsome black man who has the presence of a god. That man.
What's his name?
He GMs something Waters. David Waters? I follow him on Twitter.
I'm terrible with names.
I am, and there's so many tabletop people.
But yeah, Dane was interviewing with the people working on that, and he got the sense that shit was getting ready to go bad.
Well,
and then some people had to leave the project, and then
yeah, that makes sense to me.
What was this?
Bloodlines 2, the new Vampire
the Masquerade Bloodlines 2
game.
Is that out?
Refuse. No,
it's not out.
No, it's in hell. Probably.
It's gonna be for a bit now, sadly.
Oh.
We were lamenting that it's having a rough one.
Walters, not Waters. B. Dave Walters. Yeah, he's on LA by Night. He's done a lot of presentation stuff, like for, is it Mongoose? This isn't Mongoose. Who are the people who do like World of Dark? He's like a World of Darkness spokesman, I guess you would say, and he's got just incredible presence. I love that man. He does really great like Twitter.
Very good.
Yeah, no, like well sculpted. He does these fun like live streams where he just like says encouraging things to the camera. He's a lot of fun. He's really cool. What was I saying? Eli, we're making your character. Right? That's what we were about to do?
Yeah.
So the book is the expanded rules for how to make a character are actually kind of complicated.
Maybe somebody else first then.
No. It's if you look at the summary is way simpler. Makes life a lot easier.
The summary sheet?
Yeah. Because,
oh god, that's what I'm using right now. Yeah, it's really good.
So the way they want you to make characters in the book, like the default way, is to create your character with stats as a human, play out their embrace, and then recreate their character as a vampire. Which is a lot of work and really confusing.
Is a lot, especially from different times, too.
Yeah. So, using the character creation summary, it's a lot easier. You've got your core concept down, right? You said you had kind of a decent concept?
Pretty much.
Cool. What's that? I'm going to ask the questions that the character creation summary asks. What was your character's name in life? What did they do?
Sally B. Hayes. Very much a do not much.
Sally B. Hayes.
Sally B. Hayes. Crap. Now I'm kind of losing it. Sorry. Already. Mostly she was very early in her life just a big mega fan of the Beat generation and all essentially of jazz poetry and writing for the most part.
So like really came to their own in like the 70s?
Yes.
Okay.
Definitely. But at the same time, well, I think that would have been around the 50s, wouldn't it?
Sure. I agree with you.
It depends on which era of, yeah.
It's up to you. I also don't know the alt movements in the US by year very well.
Okay, no. Yeah, you're right. The timeline is getting scruffy. No.
You just get to pick a time. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah. Mostly, okay, so, sorry, let me step back a moment. So, very much, sorry, still Sally Hayes.
Don't worry about.
was going back to my original concept, was escapable for the most part. Era of Tony Hawk, Bob Burnquist.
Yes.
All right.
Born in the late '60s, grew up in the '70s.
So, question about Sally B. Hayes, the human. California, Chicago, like Midwest, were they like really trying to pioneer the skate culture in the Midwest, like in the Chicago area? Or are they like born and bred in California, where all those people were really making it happen?
No, she watched it on the television and wanted to make it happen in the Midwest.
Absolutely, MTV generation.
Yeah.
Yeah. So probably a little bit more countercultural than them too, because that really didn't pick up in the Midwest until a little bit later, other than like pop culturally.
They were probably also more like an Indiana or Minnesota, like Indiana or Ohio rural kind of person before they kind of moved to Chicago on their own.
Absolutely. I'm extremely here for this concept.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, where and when were they embraced? How'd that happen?
In Chicago. All right, and now I'm getting back on track. By specifically somebody who was very active during the Beat Generation, hanging out with Kerouac and Allen Ginsberg. They were very much and very much somebody who liked to look at people and try to foster, I guess, people they saw as living outside of the world they were born into, trying to advance it or break free from it, in a way.
Absolutely.
Since one of the Beat Generation's like very big, I guess, themes of it was lack of repression, anti-militarism, stuff like that.
Yeah. Midwest.
And very much, but again, these are, of course, this was kind of a bit of a dick of a person. Someone who had...
I was actually going to ask, do you have a name for your sire? You don't have to now. I just want you to think about it.
Definitely Jeffrey. Jeffrey sounds like a dick.
Is that with an extra E or without?
With an extra E.
All right, cool. By Jeffrey. The person you're describing could fit in a lot of clans. So do you have a clan in mind?
I was going somewhere. I was very caught between the Bruja or what is the one I keep seeing like filled with artists.
Yeah, because I was about to say that sounds kind of like a Toreador. The people who are, and I love the idea of someone seeing a skater in Chicago and going, "I'm obsessed with this." Like
literally,
a high tier vampire Toreador who's like, "This movement, this artistry is beautiful."
It kinda is. That's kind of iconic.
Awesome. That's a really cool concept. But also the idea of people looking at that and going, this is counterculture. And like the Bruja getting in on that, also extremely good. Like both of those concepts are super tight.
Yeah. Even though it kind of makes more sense for the character to be in line with the Bruja, I feel like the Sire would definitely have been part of the Toreador, especially Beat Generation.
Okay.
Given like their own embrace of again they were very much an artistic movement with their own little bit of fashion, and they were very, I guess, again, they were all about lack of sexual repression, experimenting with drugs
in the 70s.
Yeah. Man, we love
so good.
We love fantasy tribalism.
Disco. Disco Toreador.
Disco was a big deal to vampires.
Mm-hmm.
That would
which my character definitely did not know how to respond to at first because they were a baby.
No, but like your character is also living up in like literally you're coming up under, you would be coming up as a Toreador during the birth of house music in Chicago.
Yeah.
Which if your sire was, I'm so glad I know about music history in Chicago for exactly this reason.
Funny.
Your sire would absolutely be really big into the house scene because the house scene came out of the New York disco scene in Chicago. So there's a lot of like fun cultural things for Toreadors to do in Chicago in precisely this time period.
So good.
That's awesome. So more. I'm just gonna keep asking. These are good questions. They're really good discussion. What's their name now? Did your vampire change their name? Did your kindred change their name?
Just call her Sal. That's
Sal.
just what she.
I like it.
I'm gonna get so confused.
Parentheses Sal, or not parentheses. Quotation marks. Sal.
I just saw the line. Just call me Sal, and I was like,
it's good. Excellent. Awesome. Midwest rural embracing Chicago. Tell me a little bit more about how they were. So were they embraced by surprise? Like the line I see. If you're looking, are you looking for a suggestion, or do you have an idea?
I have an idea, but I'm interested in your suggestion.
The way you have described Jeffrey, God, it's such a shitty name. I love it. Your Toreador sire is very much so. It's the art side of things, right? It's the obsession. It's the interest in you as a skate artist. That's so good. And that sounds very stalkery. I like it would make sense to me very much if you were either embraced unknowingly or without like consulting you first, or like through some kind of like sponsorship deal.
That was very much kind of my idea as well.
Yeah.
Like very much it was not their intention. There was to be this was not exactly consensual.
Definitively not a consensual embrace. At least not wholly. Some dubcon embrace going on.
Definitely got a bit too close to this person who was definitely showing interest, and
okay, yeah,
like as in more of they were just treating them as somebody who sees what I'm doing and appreciate it.
Yeah.
Together we're gonna change the scene, and then oh shit, now I'm a vampire.
Jeffrey went to all your shows, went to all the contests.
Shitty ex-boyfriend.
Honestly, like Jeffrey was the one holding up boyfriend. Like "Go Sal" like signs at whatever like skating events you went to. Probably actually pushed for a sponsorship for you at some point if you're really trying to play into like when you were doing the skater thing, were you trying to get in? Were you doing the like competitive scene, like trying to get on TV, doing that kind of stuff?
Yeah, totally. That was what she admired.
Yeah, then yeah, absolutely. Like, I think Jeffrey is absolutely the kind of person who was like in those circles. Like, this is a new, interesting form of expression in the 21st century, and like wanted to like get in on the ground floor and pick. And Tony Hawk was already taken. Tony Hawk's already a vampire, and we all know it. And also in California, so who even cares?
Fuck this. Make Tony Hawk your sire, please.
I am not going to roleplay as Tony Hawk the vampire. I'm sorry.
Do it.
Hard line.
Do it.
Hard play. No.
What about Honey Talk?
Honey
Fuck.
It
well, that would imply that your sire is also a skateboarder. And I kind of like the vampiric interest in that, like, a very much a hello fellow kids kind of moment where they're looking for new like expressions of art forms, and they've spotted this like thing they don't understand but are obsessed with its beauty. Like it's like the new ballet to them. Excellent.
If sport was an art, sport meets art.
Are they still in Chicago? I assume, maybe, probably.
Yes, and
that makes the most. I think, I was about to say that.
And it's like, and they really don't like having to deal with him.
Yeah,
he's a pain in the ass, but it feels like she came from a really shitty from like a home where she definitely would not have gotten the respect she wanted. Came to a better city, was like, yeah, this is it. This is where I'm going to start. Oh shit, now I'm under this dick. I'm back where I started.
Yeah. Okay. Into it. Very into it. I'm also.
And he doesn't seem to sort of recognize the own limits he's placing on somebody else. He is very lacking in self-awareness
This
in
is
that
Jeffrey
way.
you're talking about?
Jeffrey, yes.
Makes sense. A very lackadaisical sort of Toreador. Maybe not so sharp in the, like, high politics category of, like, no, it's fine. You adore me, obviously.
Heavy idealism, not a lot of actual.
Yeah. Into it. I'm actually going to start. So I've got it. Look at this blank page. Isn't it interesting? They recommend making a character map. So, like, literally writing everyone's names and then writing, like, a directional arrow with a relationship between, like, especially all of the coterie characters, which is going to be all of you. I'm going to do that. And I was just thinking, is there any good way to put this online? And the answer is probably not.
Probably not.
This is the kind of thing that makes a lot of sense when you're all playing around a table. It is a lot harder when there's a pandemic going on. And your states apart. So, I'm just going to write it down, and I'll probably take a picture of it and
down,
send it to the chat.
and, yeah, like scan it or something.
Sal. Cool. What's your name? And you've got your sire, you've got your clan. So Sal is also going to be connected to Jeffrey. Sire. Would it be fair to say that your relationship with your sire is so much care? Like, have they lost? So in the interim time, have they lost interest in you, or are they still very much expecting you to, like, perform and grow and do your own Toreador things?
Yeah, they're still expecting a lot.
Sire, expectant.
And
then would it be fair to say that you are resentful of that?
Yes.
All right. Child, resentful.
Like a status effect.
Child, resentful. Dink.
Skateboarding has really moved out, though, hasn't it?
Only for the lame people.
Yeah.
It's still, like,
I mean,
it's just not it's not, like, on television everywhere anymore. It's kind of its own subculture, like a lot of other things.
If roller skating can come back, then skateboarding can fucking have its own boom. Who cares?
You've picked a very funny selection of things that I have education about regarding Chicago specifically, Eli. Because my first roommate in college was a skater, and I learned a lot about Chicago skater culture in that year. I'm not like an expert in anything, but I learned things. And also the club music scene in Chicago, which is its own thing. And disco specifically. Anyway, that seems reasonable. Attributes. Okay, so character sheet time. Have you acquired your character sheet? Specifically, have you acquired an updated character sheet? Because the ones that were posted the last time we talked were for 4th edition, not 5th edition.
No, let me get that very quickly.
They will be in the player resources file that I shared with everyone.
Does it matter which one is taken? Because there's 2 of them.
I like the colored one.
In color,
or the other one's
not.
black and white.
The black and white ones are more
looks
printer
fancy.
friendly. I don't like how the blue things look on the colored ones when you form fill them in Firefox. So I like the.
They're pretty bad. It's pretty bad in Chrome too.
Yeah.
It's just very blue.
It's unfortunate, but it functions.
I've downloaded M. Am looking at now.
It on paper. Makes me feel like I'm playing at a table.
I'm sorry, I chose the beige one. The white one was hard on my eyes.
I picked the one I preferred. I uploaded both, so you all can choose the ones you prefer. No judgments made. So, you got your sheets?
Mm-hmm.
So, attributes. So these are your... So we're going to get into the mechanics of being a vampire. These are your physical skills. Or not physical skills. These are the things that are you as a person. Vampire is actually a lot like Firefly if Firefly was a lot simpler. So you've got 3 categories of attributes: physical, social, and mental. Your physical traits are strength, self-explanatory, dexterity, also kind of self-explanatory, and stamina, which is like your endurance and you're able to sustain ongoing stuff. These should be I think y'all can figure out most of these. Y'all are tabletop veterans. You've played a few different systems. You can kind of get how this works. Your social attributes are charisma and manipulation and composure. So charisma is just like how much people like you and how much you can ingratiate yourself with other people. Manipulation is your ability to enact your will upon other people or trick them into things or convince them of things that they would otherwise not think of. And composure is kind of the opposite of manipulation. It's how well you can keep your cool and not be convinced of things. And it's like social stamina, if that makes sense. And then all of these kind of have a ring to it. Weird how that is. And your mental stats, your intelligence, which is just like how fast your brain goes, kind of. Your wits, which is how clever you are on the fly. It's thinking of things very quickly and being very witty and clever about things. And your resolve, which is how well you can buckle down and endure stuff, and how kind of strong of mind you are when it comes to just raw mentality as opposed to within some kind of social dynamic situation. There are also a bunch of skills underneath it. If you'll notice, they fall under categories beneath physical, social, and mental, and those are the physical, social, and mental skills. So athletics, brawl, craft, drive, firearms, larceny, melee, stealth, and survival are all physical skills. Animal kin, etiquette, insight, etc. are social, and academics, awareness, finance, etc. are mental. So we get to pick your attributes. So you get 1 attribute at 4. So that's the dots next to them. You get to fill in 4 dots. 1 attribute at 4. 3 attributes at 3. 4 attributes at 2. 1 attribute at 1. So 4, 3, 4, 1. Or 1, 3, 4, 1.
1, 4, 3.
1, 4, 3 threes, 4 twos, 1, 1.
Okay.
So what this represents, Vampire is a dice pool system. And the basics of that are, it's all D10s. Whole bunch of D10s. For each dot, so all the rolls in this game, almost all the rolls in this game, are going to be attribute plus skill. And each dot is a die you get to roll. So if you have 4 in strength and 2 in brawl, and you're punching the heck out of someone, you're going to get those 4 dots in strength, those 2 in brawl, and roll 6 dice. How success works is there is a difficulty scale that I will either tell you or not. More often than not, I'll tell you how difficult something is. And you are going to look for successes on the dice. A roll is a success if it is a 6 or more. That's it. You've got a flat 50% chance on any given die of rolling a success. There are crits and critical failures and hunger dice. We'll get into that a little bit later. For now, all you need to know is each pip in any given skill or attribute or discipline or whatever is equal to a die. And the more dice you roll, the more successes you get. The more successes you get, the more you succeed at things. 1 success is pretty trivial. 2 successes is kind of hard. It's not a big deal. 3 successes is the average. If you're ever doing something and I don't know how hard it's supposed to be, it'll probably be between 2 and 3 successes. 4 is very, really actually quite difficult. 5 successes is you are doing something that is profoundly impressive and is or way out of your league. That's not usually how that works, but it's extremely impressive or very difficult. And 6 is you're doing something that almost any reasonable person would believe literally impossible. So almost all rolls are going to land in 2 and 3. But some rolls can get out of that. And if you want like a quick maths thing for that, is because you have exactly a 50% chance. Oh, I'm not going to talk about crits right now. About a 50% chance of rolling a success on any crit. You want to have twice the difficulty in dice in order to if you have more than twice the number of dice than the difficulty, then you are more likely to succeed than not.
Okay.
There's also some rules in here for for automatic successes. So you can do a thing called taking half, where if you take your literal dice pool and you have, I think it's like 1 or 2 more than half of what it would take to succeed, you can just auto succeed. Because it's not useful to make you roll for it. It's like if you have if it's 1 success and you're rolling like 7 dice, then like no, we don't have to roll for that. You just do it. So like there's a decent chance that you can auto succeed in a lot of, in not a lot of, but with the things that you're really good at. That was a lot of talking. 1 3 4 1. So, given your character, I would recommend putting either a 3 or a 4 into dexterity, probably, because I think that just makes the most sense for your character, who is a skateboarder.
Yeah. More backflips.
More backflips.
More kickflips. Sorry, that's the word for
it. Hell yeah.
How would charisma? How would the social skills play into that at all?
I think you could definitely. I think you could make a really good case for either charisma or composure. I really like the idea of having high composure because it means you have to like keep your cool while you're skating, like socially, or else. And it's the 90s, and you're on TV. Like people are gonna know if you're scared or like fuck. You got to keep it cool, man.
Yeah, composure is what I was thinking too, and a bit of charisma.
Yeah, I think wits is pretty good because like it means that you're like, you have to come up with, like, especially if I remember like TV skating, like coming up with cool new tricks and things like that is kind of a big deal. Being able to do cool things, having the creative tenacity in order to like figure out other things you want to do seems reasonable to me.
All right. Yeah, I think I got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so 2 strength, 3 dexterity, 2 stamina, 3 charisma, 2 manipulation, 4 composure, 1 intelligence, unfortunately, 3 wits, 2 resolve.
All right. Seems like a good stat distribution. So, health and stamina. So, health is your stamina plus 3. You can just fill in that many boxes.
So you said health is stamina
plus 3.
Okay. So 5.
And your willpower will be your composure plus resolve.
All right.
You can spend willpower to do stuff occasionally. So it's kind of your 2 health trackers, health and resolve, or health and willpower. If you run out of health, you'll go into torpor. Which is the what's it called?
Coma.
Yeah, thank you. Like comatose state. If you lose all your health due to aggravated damage, which is something like getting your head cut off or being burned or being exposed to sunlight, then you'll die. Your willpower can get eroded by stuff like people embarrassing you in court. Being particularly relevantly insulted, doing very social maneuvery, combat-y types of things. And you can also spend your willpower in order to do stuff. Willpower will also help you like resist the beast in a lot of conditions. It's an important stat. And those are like your 2 major trackers. So, skills. There's a few different skill distributions. So you can
wait. What is willpower calculated by again? Sorry.
Composure plus resolve.
Okay. Can you slow down for just one moment?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
If I remember correctly, that should be a 7. Because you have 4 composure, 3 resolve.
Four composure, 3 resolve, so 4 composure, 2 resolve, so
6.
5.
Well, 6 willpower.
Alright.
4 plus 2 is 6.
Quick maths.
Quick maths. It's all quick maths. What?
Yeah, this...
It's playing a doctor and I can't do math.
Doctors don't need to
It's
do math.
literally exactly how it is.
I don't think I'm going to be playing the doctor, but I want to
No.
hear more. Well, it depends on other people.
I mean,
how
hey, your
other people
character
feel.
could die.
Nani?
Your character could die. You might want a backup.
Oh, well, yeah, okay. I see what you're saying.
This
I was
is
confused.
this is a thing that I have some like setting stuff that we can go over to for like how we want to make our Chicago be. But one of those in particular is like I want to make very clear that I think like character death should very much be on the table for this.
Oh,
would
absolutely.
Yeah.
I was
Yes,
about
please.
to say I actually prefer that because I like both of these characters a whole fucking lot.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know how well this setting would work if it wasn't on the table.
Oh,
Right.
yeah.
Because the other thing, so like if you lose all all of your humanity, basically the beast takes over and you become a wight, WIGHT. And most wights, so the way people describe getting turned into a wight, the way the book describes becoming a wight is you go out in a blaze of glory. Basically, like you go on an absolute masquerade-defying rampage. And maybe other vampires take you down. Maybe you don't, because at that point, that character becomes a me-controlled character. Because I get to play the beast. I get to play everyone's beast, basically. So, don't do that. Maybe do that if you want to, but it's dangerous. And can happen faster than you think if you break lots of tenets a lot. Because you have a maximum of 8 humanity, and trust me, or maximum of 10 humanity, and trust me, no one here is going to be at 10 humanity.
I think I already start with less.
If you're an older vampire, yeah.
Which, guess what?
Is that what you want to do?
Whip!
Well,
100%.
so we can talk. I think I might put you in the 12th or 13th generation, even if you're old. Just so that there's not too much of an imbalance in like, because if you're a 10th generation vampire and we do the thing where you have less humanity and more blood potency and stuff like that, you are just going to be more powerful than everyone else at the table. And if we're fine with that, that's okay by me. Yeah.
I think that sounds fascinating.
Awesome. Then yeah, you're going to be less human.
Yay!
Than everyone else. And you're also going to be more vampire. Like, you're going to have more powers, more disciplines, more stuff like that. But yeah, if you break your personal tenets or the Chronicle tenets a lot, you can spiral into non-humanity very quickly. All right, so skill distributions. Are you good?
Yes.
Are you ready for that, Eli?
I am just about ready.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm ready.
You can either be a jack of all trades, or balanced, or a specialist. So, jack of all trades is 1 skill at rating 3, 8 skills at rating 2, and 10 skills at rating 1. A balanced is 3 skills at level 3, 5 skills at 2, and 7 at 1. And I know this is a lot of numbers. And the specialists are 1 skill at 4, 3 skills at 3, 3 skills at 2, and 3 skills at 1. So, we can reiterate those as necessary, but I think like it'd be easiest to pick, like, do you want to be a jack of all trades? Do you want to have a balanced skill distribution? Or do you want to be a specialist? Because jack of all trades have lower overall skills, but more skills that they have at least a couple of dots in. Balanced have like a pretty even balance of like skills they're like pretty good at, some skills that they're familiar with, and a good chunk of skills that they don't really have much in. And then the specialists are like one thing they're really good at, a few things that they're quite good at, and a lot of stuff they're bad at.
I think I'm more of I'm looking for maybe. I'm stuck between. I think I'm gonna go sort of a balanced.
Okay.
On this.
So that'll be 3 skills at 3, 5 skills at 2, and 7 skills at 1. Do you want me to like type that out in the voice channel for you?
No, I got it up here. Yeah,
Awesome.
Cool. I went to the page.
So it works again like Firefly. Also, Firefly was riffing off of this, not the other way around. Mostly, there's literally a lot of like design, not convergence. There's like literally people who worked on both of the systems, like between both of the teams for several games.
Interesting.
You know the little lines. I love how the lighting just makes it a blank sheet. There's a little line, like a blank space, next to all of the dots.
Ow.
You can add specialties, just like you can in Firefly. And you get free specialties for academics, craft, performance, and science. So we can go over those if and when you choose to take them. But they work the same way like Firefly, where you just get to name something.
I'm taking one of my my threes in performance. So yeah.
Yeah. So skateboarding would probably be, or maybe if you want to go like extreme sports, even.
Yeah, extreme sports is...
Extreme sports? Awesome.
Yeah, extreme sports.
Extreme sports.
I've been participating in baseball recently.
I never got into it. I'm kind of sad that I never got into it, because it seems the kind of thing that I would get into.
It's very fun, and it's very enjoyable.
Yeah.
It's very much a spectator sport, which is also just really fun.
Yeah. While you're doing skills, does someone else want to start? Like doing because I imagine filling in skills might take a little bit.
Yeah, somebody else can start.
Someone else want to? Matt or Hannah or Caroline?
Yeah, I can go.
Yeah.
Got everything pulled up, I think.
Absolutely.
Do
you have a name?
I do. I think I might need to change it though, because we have Sal, and I think we have Sylvia. And I was gonna be Silas. So
I would take it.
I'm literally in a campaign.
I would embrace the confusion.
4 people have start with S.
Funny.
I'm cool with it.
Wait, no, 3.
It will cause some tongue twisters, and it will be lampshaded by NPCs in game. But I'm very here for it if we want to do that.
Okay.
I'm definitely not saying if you want to change your name, that's on you.
I would only be confused if you said your name was Salem.
That'd have been pretty good. I have another name, but I would prefer that name be used Silas? For like an older vampire.
I mean, I can also just change my name, no problem.
I think we're fine with everyone having S names currently. Well, maybe not everyone. Hannah, you'll have to change your name
I
to
have
match.
No problem.
Yeah, we're all S names.
All S names.
That is our connection.
You're all sired by the same group, and it just like becomes a thing.
Yeah. No, this is a sister cons as fuck. This is an S name only run. This is how we do it.
Let's do it.
Funny.
So my name is Silas Fletcher.
Is your name Silas Fletcher, or was your name Silas Fletcher? Relevant distinction.
He does not know how to do this yet.
Excellent. So currently, both.
Yes.
Someone's gonna talk to you about that, probably.
I suspect.
Awesome. Silas Fletcher. And you were a member of the Order of St. Leopold of the Vampire Hunters?
I think that sounds so rad, yeah.
Yeah? All right. Of the Order of St. Leopold. I will have a lore sheet for you when we get further down character creation.
Sure, yeah.
But for now, we can just say that that's true. How long were you a member? Before your embrace?
Long enough that I was known.
Okay.
But maybe not. Probably like somewhere like less than 5 years, or around 5 years, maybe.
Long enough to see some action, probably long enough to gain infamy.
Yes.
That makes sense. Does that seem reasonable?
Yeah.
Awesome. When?
That's a good question.
I'm going to go ahead and say not the First Inquisition.
I was thinking like actually very recently.
Like
Second Inquisition. Got it.
Well, yeah, like has family ties.
Absolutely.
With it, and that's the reason why he was in it in the first place.
Oh, that's even more tragic. I like that.
Time to pull some heartstrings. So, new blood. Like weeks new blood? Like days new blood?
I think when the story starts, it probably would be maybe at most 2 to 3 months.
Okay. So yeah, pretty new vampire. All things considered.
Still trying to figure out how to be a good person and also be the person he was and also the person he now is.
Oh man, I love a good tragedy.
Yeah.
Do you know your sire?
No.
No. Okay.
Intention.
Okay.
I'm honest to God, I'm building a character I know is gonna have a real rough time.
I mean, sometimes that's the way you want to do it in horror games. Like it'll make it happen. This character map's gonna be really funny with all these S names. Awesome. Yeah. Don't know your sire. Sire unknown. In the absence of a sire, it's been 2 to 3 months, which means that other vampires are gonna know you exist.
Yeah.
Because you need to feed, and Chicago's pretty tight feeding grounds. So if suddenly a new vampire starts drinking from the herd, other people are gonna find out pretty quickly. Also, I imagine... So, let's talk a little bit more about your embrace specifically. Did you just, like, wake up a vampire and no one was around?
I think so. I think whatever happened, he has flashes of memory, and it is not pleasant.
Yeah. When vampires drink in the first place, mortals in general will be... We mentioned before about how, like, drinking is portrayed in the setting as, like, actively pleasurable for both parties. To the extent that, like, humans who are fed from will pass off what happened as, like, intense drugs or weird sex or, like, some sort of divine experience or something. They, like, or brain fog. Like, they'll just, like, fill in the gaps mentally. So it would not be unreasonable for you to just, like, wake up a vampire without any knowledge of what happened. Awesome. Do you remember what you were doing before you were embraced? Like, were you on the hunt?
That's a good question. Because the question is also, is he a Chicago native, right? Like, has he
or were you,
lived
like,
here?
sent here by the Order of St. Leopold? Because, again, Chicago's a very Catholic city. It seems like it would be perfectly reasonable if you did come from here. It would also be extremely reasonable if you were sent from somewhere else to Chicago to, like, the contacts therein. To, like, do other stuff.
So I think it'd actually be good if I was not from Chicago.
You just want to be the newest blood on the street possible.
Well, and also because, like, if you think about me as a person and how my memory works and how much I know about this city, it's very minimal.
That's fair. Yeah.
Say, I don't think I actually want to be from Chicago because I don't want to have to try to. Also, not from Chicago.
I mean, again, also not from Chicago, from Boston. What the fuck is Chicago?
Hey, yo!
What's a
East
Chicago?
Coast gang!
Am I the only one that grew up in the Midwest?
Hey,
I grew up in
yo!
Michigan.
That's basically Canada.
That don't count. We all know that.
East Coast gang rise up.
I guess I'm the only Chicagoan. That's fine.
I know about the Chicago
Reasonable.
fire.
So does everyone else.
Yeah, exactly.
Chicago Fire, Capone, the Cubs, I guess.
Yeah.
Chicago Fire, my favorite TV show. Are we
My
talking
favorite
about
TV show.
They've got 2 baseball teams. That's kind of quirky.
God.
I know.
Now, what is it, the Red Sox or the White Sox that are in
Shut
Chicago?
up.
Nobody's really sure.
Exiled. Exiled.
Down that. Dude, just fucking say that again. Fucking say that again.
Exiled.
The Red Sox in Boston.
The Red Sox are Boston.
I actually forgot that as I was making
Boston.
that joke.
That's incredible. You would
I
get
love that.
murdered in Wrigleyville for saying that shit.
God. That's
No,
literally
you wouldn't though, because Wrigleyville would like you because you didn't like the Sox.
because
Yeah.
you didn't like the Sox.
The South
yeah.
Side would murder you for saying
Yeah.
that shit.
Yeah.
I'd get off at 35th and just be...
Like if you went to Cellular
Annihilated.
Field and said that
Yeah.
shit, you would just get yeeted into the sun.
Mm-hmm.
They'd tie you to the train tracks.
I mean, deserved, but no thanks.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Some crimes can never be forgiven.
don't worry about it. Some crimes can never be forgiven. Okay, so not native to Chicago, sent here. Were you alone, hunting alone? Probably not. I don't think they sent people
I
alone.
don't think so.
No.
No, I was probably with my master, my
Mentor.
mentor, whatever the name would
Makes
be.
sense.
Sire. Oh, I
No.
guess that's
Not-
I was
probably
wrong.
not. Unless your sire was secretly a vampire, which we don't know necessarily.
See, I had that thought where like the order was infiltrated by vampires.
I think I get to figure that out.
Yeah.
Because the questions are, so then when you woke up, was your partner eviscerated nearby or just gone?
I mean, Chicago's a big city, and I'm really not sure where I was or where I am.
Okay.
So I'm just doing my best.
Were you separated from your... Because I remember... So when we talked about this before, a little bit, you'd mentioned that it would be neat if you were turned effectively out of spite.
You're right. I did say that.
Where, like, someone was getting hunted by the Order of St. Leopold, and as a result, they turned you and either killed your master, or I think maybe would be a more interesting dynamic would be if they ghouled your master.
Oh,
But,
I would. So
like,
counter thought.
yeah.
My master is fine, and now I'm a vampire.
Yeah. Absolutely. No, that's a fun dynamic too. So your master exists then.
Yes.
I
I probably met up with them.
Because you probably didn't know what was going on. Or did at first. You're a vampire hunter, so you probably know... You would definitely have enough knowledge to know what happened to you. Most kindred that turn... Like, new kindred that turn and don't, like, have immediate presence from their sire... usually, like, keep trying to live their lives like they're people. And suddenly discover that they can't. Like, one of the big first things people realize when they become a kindred is kindred can't eat food. If a kindred eats, like, normal food, they vomit blood. As a result, which is really bad. And also a huge sign that something's wrong, and then people go to the hospital because they just vomited a bunch of blood up because they think something's wrong with them. And they get to the hospital, and a doctor goes, "You're dead." And that's a break of the masquerade.
Yeah.
So kindred, especially the Camarilla, usually have a good watch on all the hospitals to find new kindred, like, walking into them being like, "Hey, I just vomited a bunch of blood." And they go, "Cool, you're coming with us now."
Yeah.
But you would know enough to be able to identify yourself as Kindred, potentially. And I think it's delectable if you knew that and went to your master and he didn't immediately kill you.
Correct.
Because that's interesting. So
Yes.
on your relationship map, next to your Sire Unknown, I'm probably going to put your master.
Yeah, I will have a name
who we can
for
come
you
up with a name for eventually.
presently.
Awesome. That sounds super cool. Do you know what clan you're from?
I have two thoughts. My first thought is that I am Caitiff.
Kaitif?
Or
Kaitif.
The fantasy words have silly pronunciations.
Yes. Or the animal ones, because
Ooh, Gangrel?
Yeah, I miss being a druid, and
Gangrel
I
would be
didn't
pretty
really
cool.
I didn't really play Amity that way, and if I could just be Wolf Boy. Whoops.
Yeah. Well, you don't want to be a wolf boy. Then everyone will hate you. At least for too long.
That's a different thing.
You don't want to be a werewolf. You can be a wolf boy, kind of. Yeah, that sounds awesome.
Embracing the full Bloodborne here. I like.
So I'm going to ask some questions because these are things you could definitely deduce yourself.
Okay.
Did you have a specific target when you were hunting?
Yes.
Was that target of the same clan as you turned into?
Ooh. Yeah. Why not?
Okay. So it stands to reason then that you probably know who your sire is.
Oh.
Unless you don't.
Also possible, and this would be dangerous, is you get turned, your master is elsewhere, and kills their target.
Ooh.
So you're of the same clan, you know that this was probably connected, but now you're not bound to anyone, and you don't know who your sire is. Or you're bound to someone, but you don't know who, and they haven't presented themselves, so it seems like they're not doing this out of some sort of play of power.
Maybe they're hoping that we kill each other or something like that.
Possible.
You know.
But the things we do know is you don't know. Do you definitively want to not know who your sire is?
I think that's more interesting. Okay. I think we could go down the route too of like I could hazard a guess, but I'm just not sure. Right. You know,
there's no way to be sure without confronting them, probably, which is dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
Also, your master's probably of two minds about all of this.
Yeah. If he even knows. Did I tell him? Is he aware?
He'd probably be able to tell. Depends on how much you want to fake it. You can do this thing called the Blush of Life as a kindred, which basically lets you spend some vampire power in order to look more human. Because by default you look like a corpse. There's no blood running through your body. Your heart doesn't beat. You don't need to breathe. You don't necessarily need to blink. You are ice cold to the touch. You are kindred are identifiably non-human unless they do something to make them appear otherwise.
And I don't think he would have known how to have done that before he saw his master again.
Right. So either your master knows or doesn't care, and knows and doesn't care, or we might be able to give you a high enough humanity that you could pass for mortal.
Okay.
But I don't know how that works. I don't actually know what determines your humanity. Oh, no, it just says set your humanity to 7.
Oh.
By default, for all vampires, other than the Ancillay, who get less humanity but more vampire powers. I have a note for the different levels of humanity. Humanity 7 is, very human. Completely standard human, but you may not appear human, which is why I want to check. Because so humanity in this game is prescriptive, like I mentioned, meaning depending on the number of boxes you have filled in, determines some facts about you as a vampire. So at Humanity 7, most human beings have humanity scores of 7 or so. Vampires at this level of humanity can usually manage to pass for mortals. Vampires with humanity 7 typically subscribe to normal social mores. Sure, sin is wrong, but dodging taxes and speed limits are not sins. The vampire feels some connection to other beings, even human beings, though more than a little selfishness shines through. Just like everyone else in the world, mortal or not. Rules for Humanity 7 are much the same for the rules of other Kindred. You must make a rouse check to use Blush of Life. So that's the thing that makes you look more human. Rousing the blood means, like, it's basically like the cost you pay to use a lot of your vampire powers. And if you fail the rouse check, you get more hungry. But it basically means you're consuming some of your vitae to do something.
Gotcha.
And the more hungry you get, the more hunger dice you have, which makes things more dangerous, because then sometimes the beast takes over. You cannot have sexual intercourse per se, but you can fake it by winning a dexterity plus charisma test if you wish. Which I think is very silly that it's fully mechanized. Unless using Blush of Life, food and drink make you vomit. Make a composure plus stamina test, difficulty 3, to be able to get outside or to a bathroom first. So you could reasonably pass for human, especially if you were just turned.
Yeah.
Do you think it's more interesting if your master knows or doesn't?
I think it's more interesting if he doesn't.
Okay. Then your master is almost definitely going to be one of your touchstones, which is, well, haven't quite gotten into, but they're your mortal character connections to your past human life, basically.
Okay.
Awesome. How do you feel about your master now?
The best thing I can think of is, like, anxious. Worried.
How was your relationship beforehand? Were you, like, just business partners? Did you have, like, an ongoing, like, mentorship, apprenticeship relationship? Do you really respect your mentor in a lot of ways?
I think so, yeah. I think there probably is, like, and it was probably somewhat of a mutual respect. Like, they got along very well.
They're very much, they take their mentorship seriously. They actively want to be teaching you more and making you more of a real person.
Yeah.
So would it be fair to that say your current relationship is respect, comma, fear?
Yes, I think so.
Awesome. That's probably enough for, like, background lore for now for you. Clan and sire. So Gangrel, and your sire is
Yeah.
And then you've got attributes. So if you've got the page open, the 1 at 4, 3 at 3, 4 at 2, 1 at 1. You're a vampire hunter, which means your equipment probably, and this isn't going to be like a characterized thing, it's just going to be how you operate, is you're probably going to be, you're an old school one, so you probably use a crossbow that, like, fires stakes, and probably a sword. If you were looking at, like, traditional tools of the trade for vampire hunters of the Order of St. Leopold specifically.
Yeah.
Do you think you can handle attributes and skills?
Yeah, probably.
Awesome. I have to cycle my fluids, and then I will be back, and we can get another person started. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Bolt turned into a robot. I have never heard of people cycling fluid.
Must replace my coolant.
Oh no, my eyes are getting dry. I need the washer. The what's the word? The
Lubricant.
Lubricant.
I have questions.
Oh, you are gonna do the nun.
Well, okay. So
I see.
the sense that I'm getting is
Also,
that we have.
fuck, that was gonna be my name for, like, the option, so I'm gonna quickly change. on my sheet.
Oh, I just fucking yeah, I just noticed that. Oh shit.
So the sense I'm getting is that most everyone here, except for maybe you, Caroline, like your characters resent your vampirism.
Oh yeah, mine it fully embraces it.
Okay, she fully embraces
Oh
it.
yeah.
Okay. Oh.
Don't hate it. Going to still do what I want, but hate the person I've been attached to.
Okay,
Yeah.
then.
My character fully embraces it and has like more added on to it. I'm gonna have a lot of fun with my character as long as everything is
I also have a
allowed.
little bit of an idea of where I think this could go, based on the first two and some loose ideas of the other two. But we're gonna have a conversation about that once we get everyone's like concepts sorted, at least. Hannah or Caroline, who wants to go?
I want to hear more about Caroline's before I make a decision.
Okay. All right. Okay.
You have a name, if I remember. Sylvia.
So, yes. Her current name is Sylvia Canto.
What was your name in life?
Well, let me change that real quick.
Oops.
Baroness Josephine Moore.
Moore?
Yes.
Excellent. Baroness. You had political power.
A little bit.
Where?
Within England, actually. She is originally from Newcastle upon Tyne.
Okay.
And her status is a little different because she married into power. She actually married her sire, Baron Arthur Moore.
Wow, scandalous.
Is your sire still with us?
Unfortunately, no.
Thanks, Baron.
What a shame.
Baron Arthur Moore. A tragedy, really.
Oh my god.
She married him as a mortal, not as a vampire.
All right. So, married as a mortal, then turned.
Yes. Then was embraced.
Embraced.
So I'm thinking like 12th generation. 11 or 12.
Let's go 11th.
11?
Because that'll give you higher blood potency and the humanity and stuff. You can even be 10th if you want to.
Oh.
Because another thing, so how the generations work too is it's not age-based. It is how far you are from the original vampire.
From Cain.
Yeah.
Theoretically, Cain. People mythologize that Cain is the first vampire. There are some dissenting opinions. A lot of people think that Lilith was actually the original vampire.
Yeah. I am fine with 10 or 11, depending on how everyone else feels.
It won't make a mechanical difference. 10th will give you a little more status, like within.
I'll do 10th. I'll do 10th.
Awesome.
Why not?
Awesome. So then, if you were married as a mortal, when were you embraced?
I have
age range wise too, because that'll.
Hold on. I have to do quick math.
Mechanics quickly, because I didn't mention this for other people. You are frozen in time, the way you looked when you were embraced. That includes things like tattoos, haircut. If your hair was a certain way, every morning or every evening when you wake up for the first time, your hair is back to however it was when you were first embraced. This includes like beard stubble, like any kind of specific features or anything like that. It's actually kind of a big deal for some Toreadors, is they have to like get their hair cut every morning, or evening.
I do have this already written because I started writing her today.
Excellent.
Just like get a little thing. She was born in 1783 and was embraced in 1817. So she was 34 years old.
Okay. Cool. Excellent. Yeah, so old blood, old power. Am I allowed to ask what happened to the Baron?
Unfortunately got into an accident. And that's specifically in quotes.
Yeah. How is that all we know about how he died?
That is all anyone knows.
Was his body recovered? Did he like burn to ash? Like, do we just don't know? Just gone.
We have no idea.
What a shame.
Truly.
Incredible. Notable. So there's this thing called diablerie, which is so. As a vampire, to gain power, you can't. The way to gain power is to be embraced into a higher generation. Or drink another vampire dry. This is very illegal.
Oh, absolutely.
And is like one of the biggest taboo. Like it's cannibalism. Like the taboo is very similar to like human cannibalism. And it's also terrifying. But then when you drink someone else's blood, or if you drink another vampire dry, you basically just bump up a generation. As power-wise, not age-wise, you would be the same. You also lose a lot of humanity. I think you lose 2 humanity for committing diablerie.
Yeah.
But anyway, just to let you know. So there's that. Cool. He disappeared. Who knows? And then you took over, obviously, because you knew everything. You were the next in line.
I was to carry on his name for another 10 or so years, and Miss Josephine unfortunately disappeared, and I've lost track of all the names I've kept.
Killer. Haha, killer.
Haha.
Haha.
Well, you don't know that.
So you're in Chicago now.
I am.
What you doing in Chicago? Also, what clan are you? That's probably gonna make. Are you Ventru?
No.
Okay.
Malkavian, baby.
Right, you'd mentioned that. Okay. It's gonna be interesting.
But
sounds very Camarilla. Probably.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Malkavians are still pretty hard aligned with Camarilla. Sorry, I'm just thinking of plot hooks now. Okay, yeah. So
I'm a very
Malkavian.
different kind of Malkavian. I have very specific like things. Like Malkavians, it's just not like she doesn't have like the skin like sort of trope that a lot of Malkavians have. Her sort of insanity comes from a superiority complex. She is a savior. She believes that she is everyone's savior. That she created the world.
Interesting.
And that everyone just like is spawned from her. That is her type of insanity.
It's very Malkavian of you.
It is very Malkavian.
I
awesome.
like the idea of using like, I don't know, just like extreme narcissism as a sort of like
absolutely. That's
well,
really
it's funny because it would make sense that you would be accepted in Chicago as a setting too.
Oh,
because
absolutely.
You sound like a very Ventru Malkavian. If that makes sense. And one of the previous princes of Chicago was Malkavian, which is very odd.
So yeah, that would make sense.
Oh yeah, that's really different.
He was deposed forcibly.
Yeah, it happens. You know,
power struggles.
Yeah. But yeah, that's fun and cool. I like that a lot. So, not going to get into the local politics. We can start doing that once everyone's got a character, so we can start tying threads between people.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, awesome. Malkavian. And you're old.
I am old.
So, attributes. Do you think you can do attributes and skills?
I have attributes already done. I have the health and willpower already set up. And I have my humanity level set to 7, because that's the base.
Yeah. And then your skills.
I have not touched the skills yet, yeah.
Do you think you can do those on your own, or do you want help?
Yeah, I could probably do it. I mean, if you have any, like, suggestions of what might help, obviously, I'm all ears. I
think I would avoid Jack of all trades. I think your character sounds either balanced or a specialist.
I was considering specialist.
I think specialist makes a lot of sense for your character, especially. So as a Malkavian and the kind of things you're doing, are you planning on doing auspex?
I don't know,
which is
much.
Like the readery, like kind of psychic stuff.
Kinda. She's very much. She has like.
Sorry, I think you cut out.
Oh, I'm basically doing pretty much a solo like social mental build, no physical.
Okay.
So
disciplines again.
I'm just min-maxing my character.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, because your choices of disciplines are auspex, which is the kind of psychic stuff, which will definitely help you in social situations, but it also will lean into your kind of like weirdness. Dominate, which will probably do a lot for you.
I was thinking dominate,
which is your mind control stuff, and obfuscate, which seems maybe not your vibe.
No, not really.
Okay.
She knows she stands out and is okay with it.
Then, yeah, probably specializing in more of your social mental stuff. Probably a good idea. Like, maybe picking... you want to be a savior.
So I was thinking, like, leadership, maybe, or, like, politics.
I think leadership, and I don't think politics is a skill.
Politics is in there.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
I'm looking at the summary sheet.
Oh, it's in mental. It's in mental. Yeah. I was looking under social.
That's fair.
Yeah, I think leadership, definitely. Politics, definitely. Etiquette, I could see getting pretty high. Mostly just because you're old.
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, probably politics or... Like, politics if you want to go more on the, like...
Throughout
fingers
the camera,
in a lot of,
sort of.
Yeah, like fingers in a lot of pies, you know. It's the smarts side of stuff, right? It's the, like, knowing how to...
the more logistical side of talking to people and things,
Spinning your web, so to speak, would be a very politics skill thing to do. And leadership would be a lot more like
leadership might be
getting a group of people to do what you want.
Which I think might have to be her thing for what I'm doing.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
You sound like the kind of person who probably has a cult.
Oh, most certainly. I was looking into Predator style, and I really like this. Like, I really like the sound of that.
Which one?
Osiris.
Yeah, you would be an Osiris. That makes sense to me.
I was either thinking that or what was it? The consenting one.
The consensualist?
Yeah.
Consensualist is hard mode.
Oh, 100%, I know.
But if you could pull it off, that would be pretty interesting.
I think I'm already doing hard mode because I'm on.
Hard mode, easy mode. You're more powerful, but also you're gonna have some problems.
So I think Osiris would be fun.
So yeah, then recommend either specialist or balanced, but it sounds like you're leaning more specialist.
I think it would just be fun to do.
Yeah, then go for it.
So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
Is
I
your
kind
name
of want to
Sister
do
Constance?
No.
Oh no.
Well, I don't
okay.
know. I don't know yet. So okay, I want to do this kind of by like committee because I'm seeing so many different ways that this could go. Because between the two, one specifically embraces her vampirism. Like she thinks it's a great thing. And the doctor thinks it's a horrible thing. And that can create such a good character dynamic either between Matt's character or Caroline's character. And even to a degree Eli's character, depending on like the situations.
I could definitely see all of the above. Like,
right.
I think either character you choose will have interesting interactions with all three other characters.
And I genuinely have no preference for one or the other. I think they're both like I would be happy to play either, but I want to know like maybe like kind of do this like by committee. Like, do people like the idea of the doctor or the nun?
I guess my question about the nun character is how does she embrace her vampirism?
She completely sees it as like uh the next step of like enlightenment, like ascension, basically. Like,
Does she think it's a gift from God?
yes. Yeah.
Okay.
100%.
Giving me thoughts. Because while I'm thinking about, trying to think a lot about how to stitch you all together, right?
Mm-hmm. I think the doctor would be easier to fit in. The thing about these characters too is that they actually both would play kind of similarly because they both fit in well with the Tremere, but in slightly different.
So I think
very slightly different ways.
One of the one of the ways I'm thinking of stitching you together, because it sounds like collectively you're actually pretty Camarilla oriented.
Yeah. Sure.
Which is not necessarily true ideologically.
Yeah.
But like politically, because I obviously Sylvia is like
I'm just up there.
Potentially like in the politics of
I might actually like be a member of it.
Right. You're probably not a I don't think I would want to make you a Primogen. Who are the people on the count.
No.
Like that would be a little bit too high. But you're definitely like a known entity in a lot of Chicago circles.
I might have like my own little domain. Maybe, possibly.
I would be into making because that was the other thought is like, okay, so what if because you have some power, again I talked about linking you all geographically. I think that might work, and I like the idea of the prince putting Sylvia in charge of these new bloods.
Or
not necessarily even new bloods, but just like because so Sal is beholden to her sire, who she doesn't love. And it makes a lot of sense for her sire to, like, assign her to go do stuff with Sylvia.
Oh, she'd absolutely take anyone under her wing.
And, depending on either whether... Because I think if you play the Doctor, Hannah, I think making him a pretty fresh new blood that gets picked up by the Camarilla or like by their sire or whatever makes a lot of sense.
He would have had to have been embraced in the early 90s.
Right, in the early 90s. So not new.
For the nun, I would have thought of her as a much newer blood.
Much newer blood? Okay.
Yeah, like really recent.
Yeah. And then so Matt, your character.
Yes.
Is so you were a member of the Order of Saint Leopold and are now a vampire. You are a valuable object to a lot of Camarilla.
Hunt me, baby.
They won't present it like that for the most part. But you know things. And even if you don't, know that much, you're an oddity, a curiosity, more than anything else. And even though you would probably, honestly, not even be aligned with the Anarchs, you don't seem like the Vampire Hunter seems like they would be kind of not fit in most vampire society, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Is gonna make things hard for you.
Yeah.
But if the Camarilla find out that you exist, and if we want you to interact with the other characters, I think that would be necessary, probably.
Well, and it makes sense for when that inevitably does happen, my master is just like, oh, well, time to go spy on the Camarilla.
Yeah, like, I think it makes sense for your master to try and be like, oh, cool, I'm gonna take advantage of this. Mostly because I don't want to kill you really badly.
Yeah.
Like, I can see your master using this as, like, a coping mechanism, more than, like, being in denial about it and being like, no, this is actually a good thing. This is actually a good thing. Go be a Camarilla spy. And like, kind of getting worked from both sides in a lot of ways. And then specifically being like, okay, who's the Sylvia character? They have some power, but they also aren't as dangerous as, like, the Primogen. So, the perfect low-level spying idea.
God, you spy on Sylvia, you're just gonna get so much shit information.
Probably.
So much.
That's what you get for spying on a Malkavian.
On a Malkavian, first and foremost.
Throw you for a fucking loop.
I do have a quick character question, if I may. I know we kind of landed on Gangrel, but am I allowed to take...
Absolutely.
Okay.
You want to be a Kaitif?
Kaitif, there we go. I don't want one of their things.
Well, you only get 2 out of the 3.
Oh, I do?
Yeah.
Well, that changes things, doesn't it?
Yeah. So when we go to disciplines, you get 2, and you put 2 dots in one and 1 dot in the other.
Okay, and is it possible to get the third? Or no?
There are like 6 slots, so
yeah. So when you choose your predator type, you get a dot in an additional discipline that's determined by your predator type.
Okay.
And that's outside of clan.
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
Or can be outside of clan. And I think the only other time you can gain more disciplines is by leveling up.
Okay. Well then, never mind.
I have one question real quick about the skills.
Yeah.
Because it says, like, obviously, like, Jack of all trades specialist. On, like, the top of, like, the same page, add free special to these, like, 5.
Yep.
So does that automatically make all of them?
So the specialties are like they are in Firefly, where you get to write in, like, a thing about it.
Gotcha. Okay.
And you also get 1 free specialty. Every character gets a free specialty.
Oh boy,
in
I
any
have
of the skills.
no idea. Okay, awesome.
I have to look up what larceny means.
It's like
You a thief?
Yes.
Oh,
like
okay.
thiefcraft. So like picking locks,
got it.
sneaking into things quietly, doing catwalk things, like breaking into stuff.
All right.
It's really useful if you like eating sleeping people. Yeah. So Hannah, where your character would kind of like fit into all, like, I think it could absolutely go either way. Like,
honestly, whatever sounds most interesting
but
for
the
you.
problem is you're asking us to decide.
Yeah.
I was kind of hoping that I would feel any closer to an answer, and I just don't.
If you want a just gut reaction, I think the nun would probably be easier to integrate into the setting, and would probably give you an inherent connection to Silas right off the bat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like and I'm just saying that because it would be easy, not necessarily because it would be better.
More interesting or better.
Because I think both of these characters are interesting, but if you're just going for like, I want to pick one of these and go.
Where do you see the connection to Silas?
So Silas is of the Order of St. Leopold, who are they're the existing remnants of the old Catholic Church, and I see Silas probably going to a church after getting turned. If that makes sense.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Does that make sense to you too, Silas? Or are you just like a non-religious vampire hunter of the religious cult?
No, I think I was even imagining like having to play that out in roleplay. So yeah, that's something you probably would have done.
Okay, then that helps me feel stronger about that then.
And then, wherever you got turned or your church and that stuff can just be in Sylvia's domain.
Yeah.
And that's that connection going on there. And then Sal is getting assigned to your coterie to do stuff.
Okay. Then, yes.
And you also, like I say, generally Camarilla aligned. You don't have to be at all if you don't want to be.
I think it'd be interesting if she was, but I'm also totally okay.
I would prefer to be, actually. I would prefer to have that connection.
Okay. Because I also, other fun like kind of threads we can pull on politically in this is like a bunch of like tenuous Camarilla agents getting tempted by anarchs too, of being like, hey, doesn't it suck? Check out all this cool shit we've got. Check out all these no masters we have.
Yeah.
And then Sylvia can be like, wait a minute. And then Sylvia can murder the people.
Literally just destroy.
Because she doesn't like them. But hey, Sylvia doesn't need to know about it.
Sylvia doesn't.
Necessarily.
She focuses on herself. First and foremost. Thanks.
So does that sound okay, Hannah? Going with the Sister Constance route? If it is still Sister Constance?
It is still Sister Constance.
Okay. Is it okay if I just write down the name as Constance?
Yes.
Does she demand being called by her title? Does she
prefers to be called
being called by her title?
She prefers to be called Sister. Like, you don't necessarily have to use her full name, but she insists that she is a sister. That is
setting relevant information. It is not like the fact that you are still like devoutly your character is still devoutly Catholic and also Kindred, not uncommon.
Yeah.
Like there are a lot of very religious Kindred.
No, my idea is that this is like this is a manufactured thing. Like she has been primed for this, she has been groomed for this. This is something that she wants. Like she chose this life. And that like to her this just makes sense.
Yeah. Awesome. In that case, who's your sire?
Whoever her mother, like abbess, would be.
Okay. The first thing that came to mind was Mother Superior because of because of the Christmas horror movie.
God.
Silent Night, Deadly Night. And Silent Night, Deadly Night Part 2. Mother Superior. Mother Superior is fine. I think it'd be a funny crossover. We're mixing genres. It's fun.
Silly. I just don't know what you would call the head of that, like of a abbey, the abbess.
Colloquially, mother, like
mother.
sisters.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Or at least she would be referred to as mother by the other nuns.
Right.
She would probably still be sister among other similarly. I don't. Caroline, you know more about Catholicism than I do.
Oh man, what's up? What?
What are powerful nuns called? Powerful nuns.
I mean, pretty much, they're all called sister.
All sister.
Yeah, like no matter like how old they get. Mother is more for like those who have like almost like saintly, I believe.
Okay.
Or like much more well.
I was about to say, then if this person is a kindred and is actively grooming, she might like to be called Mother Superior specifically.
Is abbess a different thing?
I think it's
kind of
Abbess
the
and-
head. Yeah, it's like the head of an abbey, and an abbey is like a specific, like, church/living setting for
And that's
nuns.
not what you would have come from?
It depends. Like, probably actually, but like, it just kind of depends on like.
Are you local?
Yeah, that's kind of the question.
Okay.
Because I don't think there are a lot of like abbeys in
Right,
Chicago.
that's not really a thing in urban settings. I'm gonna say no, probably a transplant that is
Okay.
like now acting upon her new like purpose in life.
Sure.
Now that she's been embraced, she's being
is
given...
Mother Superior not in Chicago then?
Probably unlikely.
Is she elsewhere?
Now to none of our sires being here.
There's exactly one, and it's Jeffrey.
Jeffrey! Hey!
Absentees.
Which, you know, gives you a little bit more leeway. See what's going on. Question. Do you have so the way that we've been describing Mother Superior sounds like the kind of person who would have actively made a blood bond with you.
Oh yeah.
Is it, yeah?
No, I think there's a big thing among them of like they are like that's important to them and how that system works.
Do you know how blood bonds work mechanically?
Sort of, because it's important, especially with the Tremere, because they
So
are,
in universe, you have to drink from another vampire's blood 3 times.
Yes.
Of their vitae 3 times. Once you have done that, a blood bond is formed, and that lasts for 3 months. If you don't drink from your sire's blood, or your bonded's blood again. If you drink from your bonded's blood again, it basically like adds another month onto it.
Yeah.
So
that's why I think it's so
bonded,
important
like,
for her to be such a
refresh
new... Yeah.
But being away from your sire means that you maybe we'll see what's going on there.
Yeah.
And depending on how strong the bond is, you have to, like, if you want to act against it, you have to like roll willpower and stuff like that. Or not willpower, it's like resolve or something.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so you think you would be bonded to your sire?
I would think so.
Okay, cool. Tremere, right?
Yes.
So, culty Catholicism.
Yeah.
There's a term
definitely,
for
like...
that, right? Something, oh shoot!
Catholicism?
It's not quite cult Catholicism. There's like a name. It's something mysticism. I think it's Catholic mysticism or something like that, or it like gets specifically into like it's sects. It's a whole thing. It's been a while since I studied, but probably not just like straight up by the books Catholicism.
Roman Catholic.
Given that you're Tremere. So if you were groomed by a Tremere in this way for this purpose, you've probably got some interesting beliefs and opinions.
I do. I do.
Your convictions are going to be interesting.
Yes.
Same.
So you're in Chicago now.
Yeah.
Do you know why?
I think the only thing that my character would understand at this point is that she has a purpose.
Okay.
She is here for a reason.
Is that something you believe or something Mother Superior told you?
She told me, and I believe it.
Okay.
That I was told, and I wholeheartedly, like, I trust in that.
Yeah. Ooh. Anyway. There's a lot of gears going on. Okay. Tremere, we've got your sire figured out. Do you think you can handle attributes and skills?
Yes. Yeah, I
Alright,
can go
cool.
through all that stuff.
Then we can loop back around to Eli. Disciplines. You know what cool vampire powers you want?
Yeah, celerity and presence.
Hell yeah. Which ones are you putting 2 and 1 in?
Oh wait. So I think I may mix up. So the disciplines I get are the ones from my clan, correct?
You get 2 out of 3 of the disciplines from your clan.
Okay, so celerity and presence, I can put 2 and 1 in.
1 in the other. And it will. So there's like a big section of the book that like describes all the disciplines. And so you'll just you can write it down and mark its dots. And then we can pick what specific powers you want.
Okay.
Where is
yeah.
Celerity? This is Fortitude. It's Dominate. It's Auspex. It's going to be between A and D. Yeah, so like there are
Predator type.
Oh yeah, okay. So you get all the powers at or below. Okay, every time a character gains a dot in a discipline, they choose 1 power from the among listed, either from their new discipline level or below.
Okay.
Vampire characters normally have an equal number of dots and powers in discipline, no more, no less. So you'll get 2 dots in Celerity. So the first dot, you get to pick Cat's Grace or Rapid Reflexes. So,
Rapid Reflexes sounds right.
Yep. While the body still can't defy the laws of nature, vampires with this power perceive events instantly and can react to them with superhuman alacrity. They can observe incoming projectiles to the extent that they can attempt to dodge arrows and even bullets without available cover. It's free, the cost is free, and with this power, vampires suffer no penalty to their defense pools for lack of cover against firearms attacks. They can also take a minor action worth up to 2 dice per turn, such as readying or reloading a weapon, for free. You've got superhuman reflexes. We're also going to take that into account when it comes to, like, normal shit. So not just weird dicey stuff.
Yeah.
Or Cat's Grace. The vampire gains a balance and grace equal to and surpassing world-class trapeze artists. They can walk and even run across ledges and wires effortlessly and can keep their balance on the slimmest of supports.
Oh, those are both great.
Those are the 2 level 1 bits. So and
Yeah,
there's only 1 level 2 power for Celerity, which is Fleetness. So the mastery of Celerity now allows the vampire to move and react with dizzying speed. It costs a rouse check, and you get to add the Celerity rating to the user's dice pool for non-combat dexterity tests. Once per turn, so you get a pretty reasonable bonus, a pretty significant bonus to dex. But if you got 2 dots, you could take Cat's Grace and Rapid Reflexes if you don't want Fleetness.
What does Fleetness do again? Sorry.
Mechanically or descriptively?
Descriptively.
The mastery of Celerity now allows the vampire to move and react with dizzying speed.
Like, just in lore, Cat's Grace and Rapid Reflexes sound like very skater things.
Yeah. They're also both passive. Fleetness is the only of the 3 that is an active ability.
I think I'm gonna do Cat's Grace and Rapid Reflexes.
Alright. And then... what was the other...
Presence.
Presence?
Yes.
Not potence. Presence. Presence. Nickname: Superstardom, Enthrallment, Sublimitas. Alright, so the 2 level 1 powers are Awe. Anyone in the presence of the vampire finds their attention inexplicably drawn to them. Those listening to the vampire speak might suddenly agree on subjects where they once held different viewpoints. While this power doesn't cause rapt infatuation, it is still strong enough to sway the most minds of most mortals. That's a passive. And you get to add your presence rating to any skill roll involving persuasion or performance, as well as to other charisma-related rolls. Anyone aware that they're being affected can try to resist. Duration, one scene or until initially ended. I love that these are basically just like fucking spells. Or daunt. Instead of attracting people, the vampire uses presence to repel. With this power, the user appears threatening and exudes an aura of menace, powerful enough to make most mortals avoid their attention, and even vampires think twice about acting against them. So of the two, sounds like probably awe.
Yes. I'm doing so many ollies in the fucking air.
Ollies.
I had that same thought. Thank you.
Awesome.
Jeez.
And then
Predator type?
Predator type. Yeah. So this is how you prefer to hunt. There are mechanics involved. Let me find them. 175. So, that's how you usually hunt. Your predator type shows your reflex or habit. It doesn't mandate your behavior in the game. You can hunt in other fashions during a game session, since you may need to cooperate with other predator types and take advantage of feeding opportunities that appear during the day. If I remember correctly, if you specifically use your humanity type, predator type, you slake more hunger. So if you do it your preferred way, you drink better, basically. You can quell the beast more easily. And they all have little associated bits. So, Alley Cat. A combative assault feeder, you stalk, overpower, and drink from whoever you can. When you can, you may or may not even attempt to threaten or dominate victims into silence or mask the feeding as robbery. Think about how you arrived at this direct approach to feeding and what makes you comfortable with an unlife of stalking, attacking, feeding, and escaping. You could have been homeless, an SAS soldier, a cartel hitman, or a big game hunter. You get a specialty in intimidation or brawl. You gain 1 dot of celerity or potence, which are the powers. And you lose a dot in humanity, and you gain 3 dots of criminal contacts. The hunting types have like a surprisingly large amount of mechanical effects. Bagger, you steal by or otherwise procure cold blood rather than hunt, relying on the black market or your skills as a burglar or ambulance chaser. Perhaps you still work the night shift at the hospital. Ventrue may not pick this predator type. Ventrue's bane is that they're picky. They can only eat blood of certain types. So, if you were a bagger, you add a specialty: larceny, lockpicking, or streetwise, black market. Gain 1 dot of blood sorcery, Tremere only, or obfuscate, so you wouldn't be able to get blood sorcery. Gain the feeding merit, iron gullet, which means you can drink bagged blood without it being repulsive. And gain the enemy flaw. Either someone believes you owe them, or there's another reason you keep off the streets. Blood leech. You drink from other vampires, either by hunting, coercion, or by taking blood as payment. The only true moral way of feeding you can think of. Unfortunately, this practice is usually forbidden in Kindred society. It's either risky as... quote, it is either risky as all fuck, or requires a position of an enviable power. You can add a specialty, brawl, parentheses, kindred, or stealth against kindred. Gain 1 dot of celerity or protean, lose 1 dot of humanity, increase blood potency by 1, gain the dark secret flaw, Diablerist or the shunned flaw, gain the feeding flaw, prey exclusion mortals. So you get stuff. Cleaver, you feed covertly from your or someone else's mortal family and friends with whom you still maintain ties. The most extreme cleavers adopt children, marry a human, and try to maintain a family life for as long as they can. Add your family to the relationship map.
Jesus.
Cleavers often go to great lengths to keep the truth of their condition from their family, but some also maintain unwholesome relationships with their own kin. The Camarilla forbids taking a human family in this fashion, and it frowns on cleavers as masquerade breaches waiting to happen. Wiser kindred may massacre your family for your own good if they find out your secret and care what happens to you. Add a specialty, persuasion, gaslighting, or subterfuge, cover-ups.
Sorry.
Gain 1 dot of dominate or animalism. Gain the dark secrets flaw cleaver, and gain the herd advantage. Herd advantage just means you have people to feed from.
I'm looking it over, actually. I'm looking it all over, Cole. I kind of read ahead a bit.
Yeah, go for it.
I think Scene Queen is going to have to be it.
Scene Queen?
I'm so glad.
Awesome. So you feed off other skaters?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
All in.
Look, we drink a lot when we're skating sometimes. Who knows what happens?
No, you
The monster can
I was about to
filled
say,
with blood.
you slam the vodka Red Bull, like, people are wasted, they don't even notice.
Yeah. Feels bad about it.
You're a Toreador, you're, like, up there, too. Like, other people admire you, clearly.
Hopefully.
Not hopefully,
Girl boss,
definitively.
gaslight, gatekeep.
Girl boss.
So you get, okay, you're gonna get the specialty etiquette, specific scene. So etiquette, skaters? Extreme sports?
Maybe just etiquette.
Sports.
It's etiquette, leadership, or streetwise. So probably streetwise.
Streetwise.
Streetwise is
sports.
Good.
Skaters. Counterculture. There's a lot of things you could do there.
Extreme sports.
Extreme sports. All right.
Like before.
Because I like the idea that you can like hang out with other like notable athletes.
Or just skydivers, other thrill seekers.
Other thrill seekers. Maybe streetwise thrill seekers.
Okay.
Because I think that would match well with streetwise. I think if you did choose etiquette, I think like athletics would make more sense. Because then you could like schmooze with like baseball players and sportsmen's.
Yeah.
You gain 1 dot of either dominate or potence.
Okay.
Which one of those would you like? Dominates mind control. Potence is being really strong.
Potence. She does not seem like a mind control kind of person.
Don't worry, that's what I got you covered there, baby.
Thank you.
Gain the fame advantage. Advantages are other things we'll need to do. So they're on the second sheet and under advantages and flaws, and you'll get 1 dot in fame.
Okay.
Gain the contact advantage at 1 dot. And gain either the influence flaw disliked or prey exclusion, a different subculture from yours.
Both of those.
Subculture or feeding flaw. Prey exclusion.
Both of these can work.
Yeah.
Disliked had some interesting relationship with Jeffrey.
Outside your subculture, though. Plus, like, you're not, like, you can only exist at night now. Like, you are not a major skater anymore.
No, unfortunately.
You probably still skate, probably for your sire's amusement, and at parties and stuff like that. But you're not, like, on the competitive scene anymore.
Day's over.
You can't be. Like, how are you going to do it at night? Skate parks are closed at night. Cops are going to be on your case.
So probably disliked,
and I think either works. I was just riffing.
Prey exclusion sounds good.
Yeah.
I'm stuck on this.
Different subculture. What about the club scene? Like, you just don't like it. You don't get it. It's just not, your fangs don't come out for it.
That being said, maybe not. Because I have a feeling, because again, Caroline and I have talked briefly.
We talked very briefly, and that would already go against kind of what we had idea on.
Totally fine. I would say high society, but that probably wouldn't come up.
Disliked.
You're a scene queen. You like to feed on. You specifically like to feed. The way you enjoy feeding the most is with your people.
Yeah.
So what about
Businessmen
just like
just don't taste the same.
I was about to say, what about just like salary workers? Like you just don't
Yeah.
like blue collar like it's boring.
It's
Yes,
real
that's-
boring.
That sounds a lot better.
There are 4 specific flavors of blood, like, and that would be like melancholic. You just don't like it. It just doesn't.
It just tastes sad.
Yeah, bad. Literally,
right.
literally, melancholic tastes sad. Like that's how that works. When you drink people's blood, you get to like kind of experience their emotions. It's part of the reason vampires really like to drink blood from people who are fucking. Some vampires.
All right. Prey exclusion salary, man.
Happy tastes good.
Happy tastes good.
I taste the color purple and it make me feel good.
That's really funny.
Service industry people, no.
No, that's just that goes from the melancholic to the one like fear and pain, like which is also its own flavor.
Okay.
Predator type.
Tastes spiky.
Now the next point that takes a really long time. Advantages. There's a lot of them. So you get 7 points on advantages and 2 points in flaws. There's a whole big list of them in the book.
Alright.
Including, so this is where lore sheets come in. Because you can take advantages from lore sheets too.
Okay.
I can't think
that's
of anything.
what it was from.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
If that's the case, Cole, I may have to finish this another time.
That seems completely reasonable, because I think advantages in lore sheets is the one that takes the longest. Also, we might want to have a second session 0.
It is midnight.
Getting late, and there's a lot to do yet.
Yeah.
Like, we got to finish making our characters. We've got a lot of stuff to talk about.
Yeah.
Does that sound fine with everyone?
That sounds fine.
Okay.
This has been fun.
Eli, it sounds like you've got to go.
Yeah, sleep and get ready for work.
Absolutely. I'm down to stick around for a little longer if anyone else wants help making stuff. I think the only thing I want to make sure we do together as far as character creation stuff goes is I want to make sure we do convictions and touchstones together.
Okay. I have ideas about those.
Yep, awesome.
I mean,
All
I'll probably stick around.
All I know is that as far as convictions, none may control me is definitely one.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
That you're probably going to feel bad about a lot.
Yeah. Right.
Well, I mean, as long as you're resisting, there's going to be some fun gray area there.
Yeah. All right. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
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 I could still maybe use a little bit of help.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I have a posit to probably the group as well. So
Lay it on us.
Posit.
I can't tell whether I want alley cat or farmer.
Ooh.
Predator type. Because I took 2 in Protean. Farmer gives me a 3rd dot in Protean. But I feel like the reality of it would be he would be an alley cat.
I want to say farmer might be difficult unless you're literally snacking pigeons.
So, the Chicago at large in the setting also includes a lot of the surrounding areas. So, like, you can get to a park.
You can get some
somewhere. Also, pets are a big one for a lot of farmers, especially in cities.
I don't like that.
A lot of dogs and cats.
A lot of strays.
Yep.
Oh, I hate
rats.
That.
And the rats are big in Chicago. You should know this.
Rats are fucking big.
Just a lot of blood in them suckers.
Blood in them suckers.
I I'm trying to find the hunting styles, and I just can't. Like it's
190.
There's a summary on 153,
but
and there's
Predator type's 175.
Yeah.
176, or it's 177 on the.
Okay.
They start on 175, but the rest of them are on 6 and 7 and 8.
Got it.
There's also a list of them on the summary sheet.
But they don't have the specifics.
No, they don't have the like stats and stuff associated.
Right.
I feel like I'm gonna go with Alley Cat because I feel bad about getting it from dogs and cats.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like as a human,
You'd rather mug people for it.
Yeah, well, just me as like me personally as a
Yeah.
human being.
No,
Matt Sullivan does not want to be like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, I'm just gonna
no,
like
it's
drink out of
dogs.
this dog.
Yeah.
Sorry, Fluffy, but I need this.
Yeah, no thanks.
That reminds me of just like little like lines that just seem kind of squiffy when it comes to a lot of this content. One of the things on my list for like lines is like violence against children ?
Oof.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's usually a line for a lot of people,
Mm.
especially parents. Like most,
Yeah.
I've played a lot of games like this with like real capital A adults, like 30, 40 somethings who are just like, nope, not gonna, no. That is not allowed in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Would the 3 dots of criminal context be an advantage?
Yes.
Okay.
Pretty hefty one too.
Oh, so the dots because it says like background, that goes into advantages?
So backgrounds are advantages.
Backgrounds are advantages.
There are
Got
different.
it.
So there are merits, which are advantages. There are backgrounds, which are advantages, and there are lore sheet features, which are
Is there
advantages.
a thing for background?
What do you mean a thing?
Because, like, oh yeah, there is one for background. Because it says like there are these 2 different kinds, and I'm like, okay, what do these mean though?
Right.
I can assume what they mean, but they don't say what they mean.
Right. Yeah. I have opinions about how this book is organized.
Because it says I can spend between 3 points between fame and hurt, but it doesn't say what those mean. Do?
Right. Yeah. So fame, and what was the other one?
Herd, H-E-R-D.
Yeah. So those are both advantages.
Mm-hmm.
Because herd means you have effectively a reliable group to feed off of.
Yeah.
This is especially true of powerful vampires.
Yeah.
Because they'll like curate. Still, a lot of like powerful vampires will curate groups of mortals that they like the taste of.
Okay.
So they will drink from repeatedly.
All right. So I'm gonna spend 1 point and then 2 points. And then I am gonna be picking one of the lore book things. And it has 3 dots next to it, so I'm assuming it's set at 3 dots.
It'll cost 3, yeah.
Okay.
Also, relevant for the lore book stuff is if you get... All of them are independent. So if you spend 3 dots on the 3 one, you don't get the 2 or 1 dot things. You just get the 3.
Figured.
What lore book are you pulling from?
The Chicago by Night.
Which one?
So there's one specifically for Malkavians.
Ah, the web, right?
Yeah, the cobweb.
I was going to recommend that one for you.
So I'm getting the 3 dot across the web. Voice is one of the strongest on the cobweb.
Nice. That's going to be really interesting for you.
Mm-hmm. Just because I'm playing such a social character, it just makes sense.
Yeah.
That I do stand out from a lot of other Malkavians.
Hell yeah. Awesome. Yeah, so there's that. Is the order in the main book or in Chicago? I have the 2 sets of lorebook pages in the player resources folder too. If you want something easier than having to flip through the entire PDF. Matt, what do you need help with? What's going on?
I was just looking. I finally found the disciplines leveling up stuff.
Yep.
Does 1 dot equal 1 thing that I can buy from that level?
Yes. So 1 dot means you get 1 level 1 power. And then when you put another dot in it, you get 1 level 1 or level 2 power.
Okay. Then I think I'll be good until next. I assume we're going over kind of like the entire second sheet next time we meet. Yeah.
Probably, yeah. Because then we'll be after getting your predator type and advantages, like convictions is all there is left.
Yeah.
Where do you see advantages otherwise?
It's a little bit lower down from the it's like 179-ish. It's like right around there.
Where like the big
there it
list of
is.
advantages
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of them.
Yeah, I looked at that and I said no thanks. I'll do that next time.
There's a ton. And that's including and I have a lore sheet specifically for you that I think you would
right.
like. I'm gonna see if I can really quickly find it. It's a pain to find in the book. I also have one that I think would be of interest to you, Hannah. So there's this thing in in Kindred Society called Golconda, which is basically vampire nirvana. Like, it's perfect balance between self and the beast. I don't know if that would be something you were into, but it's interesting.
What? How do you spell it?
Golconda. Like, Gol Conda.
Oh, okay, quick. There it is. Oh, yes. Okay, yes. Let me.
Oh shit! Why did I delete that?
That's under.
It must be in the Chicago by Night ones. There's a lot more lore books.
No, it's in the core book
I'm
too.
thinking of the Order of St. Leopold.
Oh, got it.
Because there's a lot more lore
There's
books
so many
in Chicago than there are in
places to see this.
Nod, Black Site 24. You can be X. So, Project First Light is the name of like the American Second Inquisition task force. Basically, they're the people who hunt down vampires. They're the Men in Black. And they have like a Kindred holding site south of Chicago in an abandoned, like, I don't know if it's a prison or whatever, and you can like be from there if you take enough points in the appropriate lore sheet, which is kind of nuts. I honestly don't expect us to do a lot with the Second Inquisition this game. Like I said, the game can go a lot of places. If you want the game to be a lot more combative, like a lot more kind of combat and action oriented, making it about either the Second Inquisition or the Lupines makes a lot of sense. Because then you have a real enemy. So the Society of St. Leopold is in the lore sheets of the Chicago by Night lore sheets on page 284. And it's basically, if you want to spend a lot of points, you get the trait Inquisitor. You are a former fallen member of the Society of St. Leopold or one of its constituent organizations. You may have chosen to accept the embrace for treacherous reasons of your own, or may have been embraced and bound for some purpose of your sires. But in any case, you possess deep personal knowledge of the Society and its inner workings, how it functioned historically, and how it may be functioning in concert with the entity Special Operations Group. Once per story, you may ask the storyteller for one piece of true and accurate information about the Society and its current activities. If you are a traitor, congratulations! Your treachery may yet bear fruit. If you are in bondage against your will, congratulations! Your vengeance may well be nigh. Due to your historic status within the Society, you also gain a tenuous influence, 4 dots, over any one branch of the group. If you misuse this influence, you lose it until you make your efforts to regain the Society's favor.
Wow.
Huh. That's fascinating.
That's like the biggest one.
Yeah.
There's also postulant, novice, brother or sister, and father or mother. Which are all, yeah, they're basically relative levels of having been inside of the Society of St. Leopold.
Okay.
And I think any level above postulant, like if you were even a novice or a brother or a father, mother, or a inquisitor, any of those would work for where you are as a character that we have talked about so far.
Okay. And it was 287, you said?
285. 284. It's a 2-page spread.
Okay.
Because the left side's all lore, and the right side's all mechanics.
All right. Could I make up a flaw?
Like what?
So I kind of had an idea to kind of go her whole savior complex. What if when she was originally suffered from prosopagnosia?
You're cutting in and out a little bit.
My mic is weird. I'm sorry. What if she suffered from prosopagnosia?
I don't know what that is.
Which is the ability to not distinguish people's faces.
That sounds awesome. That's probably a 2-dot flaw.
Which I'm totally okay with. Okay.
Because that'd be hard. But
be
also
really
you're
hard.
like probably influential enough that you would probably have like retainers who could tell you who someone is if you really need it.
How many flaw points do we get?
You have to take 2.
All right.
At least initially.
I'm totally okay with getting 3.
You might have, I think because you're older, you might have to take more.
I was already going to give the 1 for living in the past.
That makes sense. Yeah, you get an additional 2 points of flaws.
Oh, an additional 2 points?
Yeah.
Oh, well now I have to get another flaw.
You do. It is mandatory.
All right, so where are you seeing this? Because I am confused.
Like the who gets what?
Yeah.
It's on 137 in the character creation summary.
Oh, is it the one
It's
that
under,
has like Under Sea of Time?
Yeah, it's under ancillary,
Oh,
which is what you are.
I thought that was for just your coterie.
No, so it's normally it would be just for coterie because they want you to make characters of all the same generation, vaguely. But we're breaking that a little bit.
All right, well, let me take off 1 humanity. Boop. So.
And you get 35 experience.
I don't even know where to fucking put that.
Well, it shows you all the stuff you can spend it on underneath it.
Total experience 35. All right, cool. Damn, okay. God.
This system is a lot.
It's
very
the
new.
flaws are a lot.
The
advantages and flaws.
It has deep character creation, which is fun, but also really time consuming for new people.
It's a lot.
Like it's what I assumed was going to slow us down. It was either that or me giving everyone a history lesson that I figured was going to slow down this so far. Also, just kind of like vibe check. How's everyone feeling about this session 0?
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, having fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think this is going to be a really fascinating campaign.
It's going to be very different than what we normally
Yeah.
do, and I'm excited about it. I don't know if this is gonna work. So like when I was reading up on this game and like kind of figuring out what we could do and what we kind of want to get into, I very much had the thought of like, we might all get through this and then go, cool, we don't want to play this game. Because it definitely can be a lot, but that's all under our own control. So I'm curious to see how much people enjoy it, how much I enjoy it, because I don't know how it's gonna go or how much people like it, and it's a very different kind of game. Just kind of insofar as Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition is a game about slaying monsters and getting cool loot. Vampire 5e feels a lot like a game about playing politics and doing vampire magic. And it's just such a very different focus than I think any other game that I've played. I'm excited about it. And worried and excited.
And then I have one more at 1. Wait, no, but I get an extra 2. I'm so confused. There's
so many numbers.
So because I get 9 at the start plus an additional 3.
The advantages?
Yeah.
Here, let me quick pull it up again.
It's again, I'm playing hard mode right now just because I'm playing like a much older character.
So you're gonna get
it's this 7.
You're gonna take
plus
your
the
7
2.
and then your 2, and then
it's an additional 3.
Another 2 points of advantages, and then another 2 point of flaws.
Yes. So it should be 4 flaw and then 12 advantage, not counting. No.
4 flaws, 9 advantages.
Yeah. Yes.
It's just adding 2 to both.
Okay. So I'm gonna take out the herd and fame for right now, just so I can count everything.
What predator type did you pick?
I did pick Osiris.
Cool. You get herd by default.
I get herd and fame.
Yeah.
So I can split 3 points in between those. It doesn't count. That's what I was confused for. Yeah.
They're
That's
free.
Why
the flaw is free. You're welcome.
Congrats.
Congrats. You got a flaw.
So
I think one of my remorses about this game is that as the DM, you don't get to roll very much.
5, 6.
You just say its difficulty is 2. Roll.
All right, I have 3 left.
And if you're speeding up, because you can roll as SPCs, but it's easier to take half, which just means take their dice pool and divide it by 2, and that's how many successes they get. Because it just makes everything a lot faster for you as the GM, which is, all I want in life.
Ooh. Oh, this one's good, though. I really like
also,
that.
Caroline, I'm sorry, but I put 1 million bookmarks in your book.
I don't care.
Okay.
You're absolutely
They're not sticky
okay.
notes, so they will come out fine. I'm a little worried about the binding.
Care. I don't care.
Okay. Well, I do.
All of my 5e books are just covered.
Shredded. Yeah. It'd be that way.
I have a question.
I might have an answer.
Well, we'll find out, because this might be something you know or something you have no idea about. So with the alley cat thing, I could get 1 potence or 1 celerity. With the potence, the thing that I was thinking of taking was like the aggravated health to humans thing.
What is aggravated health to humans thing? Is it one? I assume it's one of the potence powers.
Yes, I'm trying to scroll to find it. Yeah, lethal body. Using this power, the user is capable of causing horrendous damage to mortals, blah, blah, blah. Attacks now do aggravated health damage.
Yeah.
My question is, does that pair with And does that pair with or overwrite the second Protean level? And the only thing for the second Protean level is feral weapons, which basically does the same thing.
What page is Protean on?
270.
270. Level 2 feral weapons. Cost 1 rouse check. Feral weapons has a different mechanical effect.
Okay.
So feral weapons, no skill roll is needed to activate this power. When activated, the vampire adds a +2 modifier to their brawl damage and causes aggravated health damage to mortals. Superficial damage is inflicted from feral weapons is not halved. And then lethal body. The only difference is you do aggravated health damage to mortals specifically. So, feral weapons does the same thing.
But better.
Yes. But also you don't need to do anything. So lethal body is passive. That's free. You have to make a rouse check to use feral weapons. It might make you hungrier.
Oh.
So it's more powerful, but also it like costs something. As opposed to lethal body, which is just like you're more dangerous now.
Yeah.
What should her territory?
Questions.
I think there might be specifically a Malkavian district.
I do not remember.
I know in Chicago by Night they have like maps, which is funny seeing how they correspond to like, oh, I used to live there.
Yeah.
Obviously, the Loop is deeply Ventru.
I wasn't really gonna touch that much.
No, the Loop and downtown are very. Yeah.
Chicago by Night PDF. Just real quick.
Where are the Malkavians at? Malkavians are like the Shattered Mirror, right?
Yeah.
Malkavians are generally grouped in the Lower West Side, looks like.
Okay. What page are you seeing this?
So they're on the map on 56.
Alright.
But there should be an extra detail paragraph.
I see, yeah.
On... Yeah, the 72, 71, 72. There's stuff about the west side. But it's mostly about the Hekada, who abandoned it. So it doesn't actually say anything about the Malkavians. It just shows that that's where they are.
I mean, I can go more
So that means we
north.
get to make it up. Also, you can pick... You probably wouldn't be... Like, that specific area, like, the Malkavian zone would probably be the domain of the Malkavian Primogen. So you might want to be... You might either want to be nearby, like, in a subdomain, or, like, nowhere near there. I'm trying to think of the places that are, like... kind of religious focused, because there's fucking churches everywhere in Chicago, so you just pick somewhere and that would be accurate geographically for Sister and Silas. Don't go in Berwyn. Don't go to Berwyn. The Lupines will kill you.
Mm-hmm.
Amazing.
Yeah, and Chicago's huge. Like, you got so much room.
Because I was thinking of making one of her advantages that she was in charge of an area.
That would be fun. I'm just trying to think of, like, the train stops and an appropriate name.
I almost want to take over
Belmont.
story.
Belmont.
So Boys Town's a, like, relevant area in Chicago Vampire because it's the rack. For the rack is the area in any given city. It's the hunting grounds.
Yes.
For any given city. And the rack in Chicago is, like, the near north side. And a little bit more east. Which encompasses the Boys Town and the like surrounding lots of clubs area.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Well, like, nightlife's important to vampires because it just makes feeding easier.
Yeah. Hard not to feel some way about it, but
no,
makes sense.
Yeah, so it's funny reading through the books because there's definitely a, like, that sure does imply that in every city, vampires are primarily feeding off of racial and sexual minorities almost exclusively. But it's never stated like that, right? It's just the hunting grounds are this way because of utility reasons and doesn't bring the, like, actual cultural groups relevant to those areas into the conversation. There's a few times in the books where, like, you're kind of not saying the quiet part in some of these, and that's a little worrying occasionally.
I'm having a minor dilemma with predator stuff.
Yeah.
Predation style.
It's just your preferred method. You don't have to hunt like that.
Well, no. I mean, I'm more mechanical problems than, like, I don't give a fuck. I think Siren is technically the best for Sister Constance. I'm gonna say that she doesn't have sex, though. I think that's just true of her character. I don't think they make it to that part.
Just does the murder bit first.
I
or
think
not murder, but, like, drink.
Her pull is more the innocence thing and just making vulnerable people feel safe. But the thing that I'm having trouble with is that the flaw that comes with is enemy. And I just don't see how that would work for her. So I'm wondering if I can just replace that with something else.
You can. The way I would see it working is if you're effectively attracting jealousy from another kindred. Or other such, like, I don't like that you're doing this. Either in an I don't like that you're doing this because I'm the one that's allowed to do this in this area, or like in a I don't like that you're doing this because I think it's bad. Like, I think that doing this is actively not a good thing and is making kindred society worse. Like,
okay,
you could definitely I can help you make enemies if you want, but I'm also fine with replacing that with something that makes more sense.
I'm okay with enemy as long as it makes sense. I just couldn't think of a way, because the way it phrases it is a spurned lover or jealous partner, and it's like, well, she wouldn't have those.
Right. Yeah, that wouldn't make sense. I would kind of like, I think you if we gave you an enemy, I think I would prefer it be Kindred. I don't think we would want it to be mortal.
Okay.
And my first thought is like someone else of the same order as you. Like maybe another child of your sire. Who maybe feeds other ways, and like, because you've embraced this, right? And they like actively think what you're doing is awful. Like they've seen how you feed, and they think that it's just super objectively bad.
Which it probably is.
You're a vampire. I kind of like the idea of one of your like Tremere mates like drawing a line in the sand on you. Because I don't know. I think that sounds interesting to me. Because then I also get to draw you into more kindred conflicts.
I can dig that.
Okay. What's their name? Sister or brother?
Ooh, interesting.
Some different dynamics there.
I random name generator go.
Not really how it'd be.
I had some thought. Would you be comfortable if it was a brother, and part of the reason that they are also dislike this is because they're envious of it?
Yes.
Cool.
That's fine.
I like that as an idea. I think it adds some depth to that enemy. Because it's like, I think what you're doing is wrong. And also, I want to cuddle. In like the shitty man kind of way.
Haha, where's my hug?
Why do women always go for guys who treat them like shit?
Why do girls like stupid jerks who treat them like... Why do boys only like bitchy bimbo?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Wow. That video still makes me
Such a
fucking
good meme.
lose it every time. There's a really good one of the big enemy at the end of A Realm Reborn in Final Fantasy where he's like monologuing at the end.
Funny.
I was trying to find it today and I couldn't fucking find it. I was so mad.
Wait, where I was reading and I heard Final Fantasy and it brought me back and I didn't know what you were talking about.
There's the meme format of like the guy whining that white girls only like stupid jerks who treat them like shit, and the girl's like, why do boys only like bitchy bimbos who walk all over them? And then it's just Gaius von Belsar like monologuing.
Oh, on the fucking elevator?
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
God, I played through the Praetorium like 2 times in a row because of the seasonal shit. And man, that sure was like a long portion of my day.
You can't get me to do that shit anymore. I don't have the
I
patience
don't
for
mind it too much. It's just funny. And it's the best way to get the stuff.
Have you fully caught up with the story?
I'm in brain. I'm in new content now. I'm in the most recent content now.
Okay, excellent.
Not quite 5.5, but like I'm in new story.
You are in 5.0.
Yeah.
Okay. The end of 5.0 made me feel things.
Yeah, okay.
I might have found a neighborhood.
Ooh. I'm also flagging. I'm getting real tired.
Oh, sorry. We can be. That was the biggest problem.
I might have found this neighborhood.
I'm still a little bit confused about some things, but we can figure that shit out.
Yeah, we've got extra time. And as always, feel free to shoot me messages, ask me about things, scheme, plot, plan each other's demises. Like,
I think I'm gonna make this my area-ish.
Whence?
Oh, kind of like the fucking Chicago stop. So like the corner, like Chicago and Milwaukee. River
Yeah.
West.
Yeah. Wait, let me. Fucking.
It's like.
No, not Chicago. Don't give me driving directions from Chicago to Milwaukee.
Chicago, Milwaukee, and Ogden. Like right off of the express. Or like right next to it, I guess.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. I'm gonna put River West as my neighborhood, as chassis.
All right.
And I'm gonna put 3 dots, because that's the rest of my dots. And I still need one more flaw. Which I'm gonna get tonight, and then I'm gonna go past.
I think I'm gonna go pass that right now.
I just want to get this, because otherwise I won't.
My sleep schedule's fucked up, so I'm
Same.
See, I've been used to getting up at like. I've been waking up at 4 and 5 a.m. a lot recently, and then going back to bed and sleeping in until like 8 or 9, and then I end up going to bed at. I get tired, so I go to bed at like 10 or 11. And that was super healthy when I had to wake up at 6 a.m. and drive for 6 hours, but now it's annoying. When all of my friends want to stay up really late, and I'm just like, I'm tired.
Oh. Oh, I found a really good last flaw, even though it's only one.
What is?
The flaw stalkers.
You have stalkers?
Yes.
That sounds fun.
My flaws are stalkers, living in the past, and prosopagnosia. You gotta love it.
Fun.
They may be stalkers, but to you they're admirers.
And then my advantages are across the web, herd, fame, haven, and chassis.
That's all the stuff I'm gonna have to figure out.
So we have a home base.
Tana, you know I am deeply available if you need help.
Maybe not tonight, because it sounds like you're tired.
I'm not tonight. Just,
Yeah. I also might hit you up pretty soon.
As far as I can tell,
go over basics.
As far as I can tell, I'm free for the rest of the week, so.
I am on a 13-day work week.
Oh.
Yeah, I work the next 5, so.
And I'm on day 3.
Oof.
Oh, well.
Oof.
Oh, well. I'll hit you up if I have any detail questions.
Cool.
Because I also...
We haven't even gotten into Hunger Dice yet.
Nope.
Yeah.
It's
got a lot of
it's
shit
basically
to do.
just you replace the normal dice with Hunger Dice.
Yeah.
And the Hunger Dice, if you crit on the Hunger Dice, the beast takes over.
Mm-hmm.
You succeed at what you're doing, but I get to do it.
I'm kind of excited for the beast to take over for me because I've kind of explicitly built my character so that when that happens, nothing good comes of it.
Oh, it'll be so much fun.
You are a disaster waiting to happen, my friend.
Kind of a ticking
Yes.
time bomb.
Ticking time bomb.
I'm very much anticipating that, like, you seem like the kind of character who would starve themselves and then leave a bloody mess behind.
Yeah. It's
maybe the first time.
TPK.
I think I think he's trying to rectify and has for the most part, like, I need to eat and this is bad.
Mm-hmm.
But I also want to live.
I mean, I was about to say, because, like, depends on the philosophy. Because, like, there definitely are some kindred who are like, oh, this is bad, and then just walk into the sun. Like, like, just refuse to cooperate, basically.
Yeah.
But they are few and far between, because usually you get hungry before you make that decision. And drinking, it's really nice. It feels good. Being a vampire is pretty cool.
I have plenty of supply for you. Plenty.
Okay. Okay.
This is going to be interesting.
I get to play an insane character again. I am so excited.
I'm excited to play off of you, Caroline, because then it's just the rhetoric of just like, look at all this decadence, and I'm just like, why not enjoy God's gift? Look at
Meanwhile,
what he's
Matt
given
in the
us.
corner is just shaking, like
Yeah.
pointing crossbow at everyone around.
You deny his generosity?
This is gonna be so chaotic.
This is not godly. This is sinful. Every part of it.
He has a plan. He has a plan.
He would have a plan if he were still alive.
What is God to a non-believer? To a king like myself.
What's a king to an anarch? See, so if I were a player in this game, I'm not sure I could stand not being an anarch. Because I just want to very, 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 very badly.
I understand.
I want to rip out a capitalist's throat with my teeth. That's
Yeah,
what I
kinda.
want to do as a vampire in this game.
I kind of want to just kill the other vampires a little bit. That is my calling
You can
after
certainly
all.
try. You have built yourself a neat little tragedy.
Yeah,
I sure have.
So excited
like,
for any and all
Explicitly,
like, interaction.
is that where we want this to go?
I mean, if that's where it goes,
Likely.
that's where it goes.
Yeah.
I'm
Do
not.
you want me?
I don't think.
Do you want me to pressure that?
I don't think
Because
I
then
am
you
going
get to make some
to-
decisions.
Yeah. Mm.
Full disclosure, you can totally kill my character if that would gain you any sort
Be
of thing.
difficult.
It would be
I
difficult, but you could.
was thinking about going after Mother Superior
Some
first.
regicide. Mother Superior is not in Chicago.
Ooh.
Fuck. Shit.
You can absolutely try if you want to.
No, you're ancient.
Okay, and?
And I'm probably not going to be strong enough.
I mean, she's gonna take you under her wing regardless.
That's a thing about, like, late generation vampires, too, is, like, regardless of their ambitions, there are just a lot of vampires that are just kind of straight up more powerful than them.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Yeah.
part of the reason a lot of people are really forced into the politics game is just that they're not that powerful. Like,
Mhm.
if you're a 13th, 14th generation vampire, you kind of just got to reckon with being a pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you don't, you're going to be sorely disappointed, or you're going to be a pile of ash.
Yeah.
Or you become an anarch. Fucking figure some shit out.
Or you surreptitiously hunt vampires.
Yeah.
Well,
Or you're
being a vampire.
born secret.
You can. Like, if that's where you want this to go, is like, you try and secretly hunt vampires without other vampires knowing as a vampire.
Which is fun.
Hard path, but like,
Very.
yeah.
It would be difficult, but you could.
I don't know. There's a bunch of different ways we could go with
Yeah.
this, and I'm excited.
I
Just
think
to see
that
kinda
is
what happens.
the most I think that would make the best short story.
Mm.
Yeah.
Because I think that story would probably play off the other characters less well.
Mm-hmm.
Because then it's gonna be, you're gonna have a little bit of an us and them scenario when you do something with that, like that.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
That is true.
Which is manageable, but also like there are inherent kind of structural imbalances therein.
Yeah.
But it definitely can still be very much an aspect of other things. If you want to commit some diablerie,
Diablerie?
killing another vampire and drinking them dry
okay.
to gain their power.
Ooh.
Again, hard. Easier to do with weaker vampires. Sister Constance seems pretty low generation.
Please no sucky. Please no sucky.
God.
This campaign's probably going to be staying out of a lot of the, like... I can't imagine this group of people doing nearly as much of, like, the nightlife of Chicago as a different group.
Oh.
Well...
My haven was gonna be a fucking
hell yeah.
So...
What?
A gothic nightclub.
That sounds fun.
Fun, actually.
Then yeah, then never mind.
I have a name. I have a name for it, too.
What is it?
Tartarus.
Good. Yes, good. Enjoy.
Instead of the stairs to heaven, they're the stairs to heaven.
Fun.
Oh my god.
Where deviants come to play.
Fun.
And she runs it.
You're all heathens.
It's just a front.
Just like...
It's really just a front for a... But you know.
Full grin. Constantly just like... All heathens. All heathens.
Literally all of us.
It's okay.
Everyone that attends is already... They're all bought, basically. It'll be fun.
Kindred and kind.
Oh, yes. Again, that's a word I will be using very often with my 3 points in herd.
That's a pretty reasonable herd.
That's pretty big.
Yeah.
I got some sway, baby. I've been doing this for a while.
And you're a Malkavian.
I am a Malkavian.
Watch the fuck out.
I am going to have fun.
I should pass out.
I also should.
I can talk
have
about
a
anything
tomorrow.
forever, but I should no longer be conscious.
I'll probably
So
message you on my
decision.
break tomorrow then, maybe.
If you wanna.
Super. All right.
I'll
Later,
try and get a
gamers.
Ren is good up for the next session soon.
For, you mean session 0.2?
0.2, yeah.
Yeah, perfect.
Of 0.10.
Yeah.
No. It's all session 0. Wait, it's all session 0? Always has been.
Always has been.
Joke's on you. Y'all are just helping me create my new setting for a different campaign with other players.
God. All right.
Thanks, Content Farm.
We were the herd all along. Oh, no.
Joke's on you. I'm actually just a vampire.
God.
I do have sharp teeth. Sharp teethies.
Nice. All
I want
right.
sharper teethies.
Later, gamers.
Night game.
Good night, folks.
Bye.